Howdy, everybody. I am Charles Deering, and y'all are watching a live stream. We have Mac Pierce, Josh Grover, already said that, Pat H, Herb Pooper. Howdy, fellers. And hello to anybody that's joining. Not everybody chooses to comment. Okay, we're just going to get rolling on this. I will say those T-nuts weren't worth the crap. They either gave me the wrong size or they didn't work, because I tried threaded them from both directions, and I tore off the head of two different bolts. It's like hello, Steve Neal and Hardin Media. So I bought like 17 of them, and not a dang one of them worked. But they said quarter 20 on them. I don't know why, but I threaded them from both directions to see if I was just threading it from the wrong way, and it did not work. So the crane is still using clamps. What I was trying to do with the T-nuts, Josh Grover, is the cranes I use. Let me see if I can find part of one. I was trying to keep the hex head here from spinning while I'm tightening the wing nut on the opposite side. But trying to thread the bolt through the T-nuts, it got caught both directions. It's like it wasn't the right thread size or something, but it was in a box and it was labeled incorrectly, I guess, or got thrown in the wrong box. But I tried to threading through the T-nuts both directions, and it got stuck and shredded the top of the bolt off. So that's what I get for going local. But to my best knowledge, these are quarter 20 thread bolts. But what's happening, the reason why I need the T-nuts is these keep turning. Even when they dig into the wood, the heads keep turning, so it doesn't tighten any. And so I have to use clamps to keep the crane in place. I got one to work, the rest of them I didn't. So there's that. Well, the threading wasn't the problem. It was that the head keeps turning on the bolt when I try to tighten. I thought maybe lock washers might work. I may resort to that. It's much cheaper. But I was a little frustrated. It took me way too long to even try to do it. But yeah, when I tried too hard to get them in or out, it would pull the T-nut right out of the wood. So that was frustrating. So, excuse me. Hello, Lawrence Aldridge. Yeah, the whole reason for that was to try to keep the nuts from turning. But what I may do is just dig a deeper hole into the wood and just surround it with wood glue and keep the head from turning that direction. Take a little bit longer, but it'll do it. We're just going to roll right back into this using number 5 flat-ended blades from Flying Dutchman pieces, 2 feet tall by 30.5 inches wide. And we're using 2 pieces of 1/4-inch maple, and the saw is a 22-inch Hegner. And of course I can't find the pilot hole starting right off the bat. And I spent the last of my dang money getting those T-nuts, is why I'm so upset that they didn't work. I'm guessing the guy gave me the wrong threads. I don't know. Because I thought maybe they only thread from one direction, so I tried them from both directions and they got stuck both ways. And I tried different bolts, so it wasn't a matter of cross-threading. That's probably what shredded the tops off the bolts of the ones that did screw up. And of course, I'm going to play freaking heck trying to find stupid pilot holes. Okay, googly moogly. That's what I'm considering, Josh. Just countersinking or putting bigger holes in there so the hex heads of the bolts just sit down in there. And if nothing else, using wood glue. If I have any epoxy, I'll use that. Yeah, just keeping the heads of the bolts from turning. A lot more trouble than I should have been having is all I got to say. And technically I could bring them back, but I may be able to use them for something else someday. And they were only 65 cents a piece, which is might be expensive to some people, but I can live with it. But knowing my luck, I don't have any epoxy, so I'll just have to let wood glue dry all night. But until I get it sorted out, we're gonna have to deal with the stupid crane that doesn't stay where I put it, usually, and crap like that. So, yeah, Josh Grover says wood glue won't hold the bolts. I didn't think so either, but I don't have any epoxy, I don't think. Charles Thomas says, hello, Charles. Tomorrow got 2 orders to go. If no one call, I can take the weekend off. Nice. Russ Meadows is out in the chat. I've sent you a link if you're so inclined. Mike Ranger says, what blade are you using? Number 5 flat-ended spiral by Flying Dutchman, sir. And Lawrence Aldridge says that's why it stopped. I don't know what he's referring to. No, the bolt wasn't tightened all the way in. It was barely. It wasn't even coming out the other end yet when they got stuck. Hello, John Bradley. Let me make sure I'm not missing any. You're welcome. Yeah, just to help you in the future, Mike Ranger, I'm always using number 3 or number 5 flat-ended spirals by Flying Dutchman. That's all I use. All right. We did have a death in the distant family, but y'all don't have to send me condolences because I never met the woman. But it was my father-in-law's mother, so my condolences to him if he happens to be watching, which I doubt he will. But she was 98 years old, had a good long life, had been battling illness for quite a while, so I could be by myself for the weekend, which I'm used to anyway because I'm always out here. I kind of figured, Russ. Josh Grover, that's much easier said than actually done. And we're going to stick with this as long as we can. Earlier, I only got like close to an hour and a half done, and it felt like a extremely quick video, but I just crashed hard and got tired. By God, but we're here. I got a little bump in that line, and it sticks out like a sore thumb to me because it's on his collar. blade's a little bit dull because it's the same one we ended with on the last live stream. This is live stream number 75, I believe. All right, let me see if I missed anything important. Josh Grover says got 4 special order pieces cut and framed this week. Good. Hello, Dennis. Yeah, it's a Friday night. We got 9 people watching. Make that 10. And John Cousins has joined us. Hello, sir. Per the usual panel, folks. If you want to get on the panel, let me know. But I don't get notifications anymore, so you have to let me know that you've written on there. And sadly, I have to make sure I'm not being held for review because that happens on even before I start sometimes. Nope, we're good. All right. John Cousins is not lying. He says, "You know you're old when this is your Friday night." Who needs partying and women when you got live scrolling show? or men, whatever you're into. No discrimination here. And whenever I have a single line cut like this one right here, and if it has anything going off of it, I go down the cut a little ways and come back to it, so it isn't crooked when I try to get back to it, if that makes any sense. That way that single line cut looks consistent. Because if you, never mind, I don't know how to word it. Words are not easy for me. In other words, if I only cut out that triangle and then tried to continue the line, it may not work as smoothly as it does just going up a little above it. Makes a lot of sense in my head, but doesn't always come out right. And I said in an earlier live stream, on these barn lines, it's okay if they're not straight because it is an old rickety barn, so you don't have to keep straight lines there. Let me. Mac Pierce says, "I guess we're old then." Dennis says, "When you have Russ and Charles live." I might have missed his first comment. Nope. Dennis says, "I've been watching off and on all day to see when you were on. I was on for only about an hour and a half earlier. Got real tired." Russ Meadow says, "Not too shabby, Josh. I'll show you what I got when I printed on the wood." Josh Grover says, "Russ, I played with sketch you sent me and a stencil I made." All right. And I guess I don't need to be reading all the comments that aren't pertaining to what the public is talking about. Dennis says, "One good thing about live stream is you do not have to wait for your video to upload before you can post." Yes, sir. But you will sometimes get held for review, just saying. John Bradley says, "And you get to meet great people that love scrolling." Amen. And every now and then we may get people that have never scrolled before or have no desire to. And that's cool too. The fun for me is the real-time interaction. It's not quite the same as just uploading a project video. The live interaction to me is more personal. And I'm deciding where I want to cut next. I know it all needs to be cut, but I'm just deciding. I'm going to go ahead and go through and do all the heads of all the riders, and then we'll come back and pick and choose what we cut. Of course, you got to be able to find the pilot hole to do that, and we know my history. I believe I found it. I could be wrong. Nope. There we go. All right. If anybody has any questions, feel free to throw them out there. If I don't know the answer, a lot of times people in the chat do. The real-time chat is most active on YouTube, and the video quality is usually better on YouTube. But in order to comment, you have to have an account, but it doesn't cost anything. But if you're ever watching on Facebook and you're commenting, wondering why I'm not commenting back, it's because if it's getting shared from my personal profile to another page or group, I cannot see the comments in real time unless they're on my personal profile. So I never ever ignore anybody. We've gotten lucky so far. We've never had a troll during these live streams, and that does happen. But it hadn't happened here, and this is the 75th live stream, so that's a good thing. But I've got 2 bouncers. Something's stuck somewhere. I have 2 moderators, both of which are watching right now in case we ever do get a troll. This blade's getting pretty dull. It's actually getting dull enough I may consider putting another blade in, because after a while it gets too hard to push the piece around. And I have my hand at the bottom of the piece right now to steer, which is easier to do with smaller cuts like this, but on larger ones I have to find good hand placement. If you are watching on YouTube, I hope you'll consider subscribing. Click on the bell to be notified, and click on all, and you'll never miss a live stream or project upload. Since I started doing live streams, I don't do a lot of project videos. Occasionally I'll upload a time-lapse version of a live stream for those that don't want to sit through it. And the ones that do sit through it, I feel safe saying most of them keep coming back for the times that I derail and the camaraderie in the chat, and so that speaks for itself. The camaraderie in the chat can add to the quote unquote fun of it. I don't know why I said quote unquote. Okay, let me make sure I haven't missed anything. Josh Grover said, just find a random pilot hole and cut that spot. Yeah, sometimes I do that because when I first started, I couldn't find a pilot hole, and I just went with the first one. Stephen White says, I'm guessing you're using the same process to transfer patterns to your wood. Yes, sir. Every time I'll trace it onto the wood with carbon paper. Dennis says, a hole is a hole. Mac Pierce says, no trolls, only scrolls. Amen. Josh Grover, with his usual positive attitude, says, hashtag blade break, but it didn't break yet. Dennis says he just got the Flying Dutchman spiral blades. Can't wait to try them. Nice. Hello, John Nave. John Bradley. Where are we at? Josh Grover says, oh, never mind. I'm just reading stuff that pertains to the public for the most part. I didn't realize most of what I was cutting wasn't even showing because I moved the camera around. Oopsies. So if I can ever come up with some epoxy for this stupid bolts on this crane, I have to wait for that to dry before I can depend on it without clamps. Yeah, I'm just going to go through and do their heads for now and then jump around. Or heads and hats if they happen to be two different cuts. We'll go that route. I feel like I want to change the angle of the camera. We always seem to be coming from the side like this. Now I may cuss at it because it likes to. Okay, y'all bear with me while I experiment here. I'm trying to get it more like y'all are right there with me, where my eyes are, which may not work too well. But y'all gonna get dizzy for a second there. A second or 7, you know what I mean. I'm just trying to get a little more straight on. Now, where I clamp it is not where it always wants to stay because that's the nature of good luck. And that may decide to drop while I'm in the middle of a cut, but we'll see. Right now, without me bumping into the crane, that's the best I can do, but hopefully y'all can see. Not really. Let me try to get a little lower. Well, now that's kind of covering where the blade. No, it's not. It's not covering where the blade's going in. All right. I did break one crane one day. I had a temper tantrum and threw it across the room, ripped it off the ceiling, because that's what I do. John Bradley says, Charles, have you ever tried the tape and adhesive process for your patterns? Way back when I used to use the adhesive thing, but using a spiral pulled the pattern regardless of how strong it was on there. Plus, it's kind of therapeutic for me to trace it on there. Thank you very much, Josh. He says, I know we all enjoy Master Scroller, so let's all give him a thumbs up. Thank you, sir. All right. I try to experiment with camera angles to see which y'all like the most. This is right now the best I can do as far as close to where my eyes are as I can get without bumping into the crane. I say that, but I could get a little closer. And maybe I should still do that. I've got nothing better to do. I might as well make everybody dizzy. I want to get as close as possible to where my eyes are. That's almost in my way. But I'll suffer for y'all. That's dang near right side up. The only thing that's, well, no, you can sort of see the blade right there, I guess. And I already bumped the crane. Let me move the clamp higher up. Well, if you never had proof before that these things aren't edited, that's it. Because, you know, I would edit all this train wreck portion out. But sadly, that's what some people prefer, is the train wrecks. So there's that. Stephen White says, that's a great view. Thank you, sir. Thank you, John Nave. He says, don't forget to share this and other streams. That helps him. Thank you, sir. John Nave says, from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank you guys from this morning. You're welcome, John. And thank you, Lawrence. All right, yeah, this is, now I'm right here looking straight on. Y'all are just slightly off to the side, so that's might be the best I can do. Now it might get in the way when I'm going to find the next pilot hole, so we can blame it on that. And no, I did not forget a pilot hole on this next cut. It's up above. And the most I might have to change once I go to feed pilot holes, if the crane's in the way, I'll just lift it slightly higher, but I'll try to keep the same angle. And I didn't change out the blade, so y'all might get your beloved blade break. Apparently I did 2 pilot holes in this piece, or in this part, so the pilot hole I missed earlier, it evens out. If I recall correctly, there are 778 cuts in this piece. Now this pattern is not available yet because this is a combination of 2 patterns on my site. The Riders and the Barn are two different patterns. And I think I lost the original experiment on an old hard drive when I overlapped them. I have a PDF version, but it's at 2 feet by 3 feet. And the average scroller doesn't want to cut that big. And there's your blade break. And I have no idea where the clamp went off to. And we're going to reset the tension, potentially, because when a blade breaks on this saw, at least mine, I usually have to. No, that doesn't feel right. It actually feels too tight. Why is it? Why did it tighten? Must have vibrated the opposite direction. Usually it rattles loose instead of tight. Go figure. Okay, we're going to catch up on comments again. Josh Grover says this angle might help you to see the pilot hole before you feel it. No, the angle doesn't help me a bit. And Lawrence says that one cowboy looked like John Anderson just a swinging. Which one? Might have been the one I was just working on earlier. Hell, it might. I don't know. Wasn't intentional. John Bradley, that is an awesome view, Charles. Great work. Thank you, sir. Thank you, John. John Cousin says, uh-oh, that might have been when I broke the blade. I think Josh did curse it, if I'm being honest. Okay, I'm going to take a swig of Dr. Pepper. It's been a while. And then I will get going again. I don't even remember where I was cutting. Oh, there. Okay, I know where I was. And that'll be the test to see if the camera's in the way. Y'all are literally, seems like less than a foot away from the saw, but I'll measure her shortly just for those who want to know. There's absolutely no reason for me to, but just for giggles, I'm going to measure how far away the camera is from where the blade's hitting the wood. Because you will always be informed. We are at about 10 5/8 inches from the saw. Oh. Dennis says, you were cutting on the wood. Well, thank you, sir. I had no idea. And the camera isn't quite in the way it's wanting to be, but it's not. Oh, that's a little high up. There we go. I left my computer mouse on the table and the piece is trying to sit on top of it. We don't want that. Yes, I use a mouse on a laptop because I don't like those stupid little finger pads. All right, let me stretch just a tiny bit. We'll get rolling again. Or scrolling, you know what I mean. Josh Goober, that was corny. But they can't all be winners. I found that out many times trying to be funny. All right, let's get back on it. I feel like my tension listened or something. Let me reset it in the clamp and then check the tension. For a sharp blade, it seemed to be flexing way too much. It might just be an anomaly. Nope, tension's all right. I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Another thing that could be causing it is the way the Hagner clamps are shaped. If it's not going right up the middle, straight up and down, it could vibrate weird. And I think that's what the case is, because it also vibrates when I'm trying to shave the line. Went a little off the line, but it's just this color, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, this blade is acting like it's not tensioned good enough, and I've checked it twice. And then it says, your wood looks like there's a water stain on the wood. Nope, that's maple grain. There's no water stains, thank God. I can get why you would say that, but yeah, but that's maple grain from the maple ply. Got a teeny tiny piece of detail on his cheek. Might as well get that out of the way. And I think it's time to turn the heater on. Whoops, I unplugged it because that would make too much sense. And I won't barrel out the cut, sir. Which is another reason you want to change out dull blades, because it could barrel. And what barreling means is the top could look fine and the bottom could be all kinds of weird because the blade was flexing. And of course I'm going to bump the crane because I'm not used to being it there. It being there. Oy. Okay. This one has his hand going in front of his face, so I'm going to go ahead and get that done. Got a bit of a chubby face. Excuse me. And we'll go ahead and check YouTube just for giggles. And we're still good. This is one of those projects that's so detailed, I don't know if I'll ever cut it again. Unless somebody offers me a buttload of money. Alrighty then. Let me catch up on comments here. Josh Gerber says, I've done a couple of projects that I feel the same about. Too detailed, time consuming, that it's only cut once. Yep. Hello, Patrick's Workshop. He says, hello once again, the Scroll Saw crew. And he says, dang Chuck, that's quite the pattern. Thank you, sir. It's a combination of two of them. Now I got the heater on. It feels nice and toasty, or getting there. Okay. And thank you, Patrick, if I didn't already say that. And welcome to the train wreck. And the train wreck is not me dogging myself. It's just the fun we have. That's why we call it a train wreck. Affectionately. But not too much affection. It ain't that kind of party, folks. Russ says not a train wreck yet. Yeah, it'll get there. And Russ Meadows is trying to make it a toga party. Gotta love him. And we can proceed if we can find the pilot hole. There it is. Funny how that's required. Everybody's talking about Animal House, and John Nave says food fight, and Josh says, John, why are you wasting food? That was a good movie. Been a long time since I've seen it. I believe that was the same movie he did an impression of a pimple. With mashed potatoes, I believe. Sounds like something I would do. Because I am the model of maturity. Definitely sounds like something Patrick would do. John Neighbors backtracking says, I didn't say I was throwing it. And now they got all kinds of quack and duck goose going on in their chat, because we're a very mature bunch. That's how we roll. Maturity is not required for these live feeds, but a sense of humor is. But that being said, if you have any comments or questions, whether or not it's on topic, that's fine. Throw them on out there. If they're family friendly, I'll repeat them, and I will answer them if I know them. If I don't, somebody in the chat probably does. If not, then I don't know what to tell you. But one thing I will never do to you folks is lie to you. I may whine and stuff, but I ain't gonna lie. I'm not whining. And then it says, if we all meet at the same place at the same time, this place will not be the same. Agreed. Shane Thorpe over on Facebook says, regulators, mount up. Yeah, buddy. Josh Grover says, that would actually be fun. Yes, sir, it would. And Herb Pooper says, where can you have all this fun without getting into trouble? Well, we can find a way to get into trouble, I'm sure. Not as much trouble as we would like to get in, but we'll find a way. And at least for now, this pattern is not available at woodenvisions.com, but there are over 1,700 other ones, if you're so inclined, as well as caps and t-shirts. Just saying. And a whole bunch of other stuff. But for those that don't know, when you cut larger pieces, there's smaller movements for steering, if that makes any sense. So it takes a little bit getting used to. Shane Thorpe says, I need to go watch your vids on how you make patterns. I have a few live streams, but I also have 6 downloadable videos, Shane, on woodenvisions.com. There's 6 instructional downloadable videos about how to make patterns, and they talk about specific themes, if you're so inclined. John Cousins says the wife is home, that's why I'm in the shop. Lawrence Aldridge says single and plan to stay that way. I don't like being single. I really don't. Things aren't as much fun if you can't share them with people. That's just me. I mean, I won't settle, but I'm not a fan of being single. I hate it because I tend to stay single for months and years, and I hate it. I've had enough alone time. Josh Grover said, John, wife is home sitting doing her crochet work so I can get to do my thing. Harnell Media says, or put out a link for woodenvisions.com/shop. Thank you, sir. Shane Thorpe over on Facebook says, thank you. Definitely, I'll check them out. Thank you, sir. The older I get, the uglier I get, so, and you can say all you want about preferring personality and this and that, but if on dating sites and this and that, first thing they see is your picture, and if you're 3 shades of ugly, the average person will pass you by. No matter how shallow you don't want to be, I think that side of us comes out when you're looking at pictures on single sites. So I think the older you get, the less you prioritize the looks, because you can have your preferences all day long, but you can get to know an average looking person and they'll be gorgeous. If you're into communication, which I very much am. And I think I just bent my blade, which is always fun. I haven't had that problem yet, Josh. Orange Alder says Charles could design a pattern of Clint going up against the 7 deputies. I think it was High Plains Drifter. Harnell Media says there's another new shirt in the shop. I'm almost afraid to ask what it is, sir. But why don't we go look? Okay. We'll share the screen so I don't miss anything. And we'll go. If I could see my own. Dang it, I can't see worth the crap. I need to get closer. I love being blind. There we are. I'll click on shop and see what we have been blessed with in the way of shirts, logo products. Got a lot of dag blabbit. Is this the new shirt? I'm not sure how it's new, but forgive me. Let me know, Steve Nealon, because I'm not always real observant. But we have all kinds of dag blabbit stuff and scroll on stuff. And I survived a Charles during live stream. I'm a scroll man, maybe? Hell, I don't know. We'll just ask Steve Nealon because I'm not very observant. Off the Rails live on front and the Wooden Visions logo on back. Well, I don't know why I didn't see that. And thank you for that. We have an Off the Rails live on the front and Wooden Visions logo on the back. Thank you, sir. You got to twist these people's arms to get them to buy a t-shirt, but they're there. And we're going to go ahead and bump the camera just because that's what we do. Oh. And I'm not sure what John Cousins says when he says, did you expect any less? Because I think him and Steve Nealon are talking crap, but I could be wrong. Unless I missed a comment somewhere. Let me check. No? Unless he's referring to, would you expect any less than Off the Rails? I don't. But for those that don't want to have humorous t-shirts and caps and stuff, we do have just scroll on ones, and that's my favorite. It's one I thought would do well. I don't know, Josh. Every now and then he says something sweet, and I have it on chat as proof. Like when he posts links and he puts t-shirts on the site. And caps. I don't know why I didn't see it when I went there while I was screen sharing. Unless it's like alphabetical or something. I thought the newer ones came up first, is why I was saying that. Hell, I don't know. That may be very well why I didn't see it, as if it was alphabetical. But then Scroll On was there too. I don't know. Really? Like a half a millimeter away from finishing the cut and the stupid blade breaks. Okay. You want to be that way? All right. I'm done playing now. That's ridiculous. And if you jump together, take it right. Okay, let me catch up here. Well, I had it set to alphabetical, but O comes before S, and I saw the Scroll On t-shirts. Maybe I just didn't refresh or something. I don't know. Hello, Chris Nealon, Scrolling On. Yep, Chris Nealon broke the blade. But we'll let it slide because he bought me pizza last weekend. Man, it was literally less than maybe right at a millimeter left in that cut when the blade broke. That's just a pain in the patootie. First necessary, just cut it off or break it off. I don't think so. stretch just a tiny bit, we'll get rolling again. Or scrolling, you know what I mean. Michael, might as well take a swig of Dr. Pepper because it's sitting right there yelling my name. Rush, you need to tell your wife to simmer down so you can come play. Just kidding. If anybody has any questions, throw them on out there. It's okay to be a beginner or not experienced with spiral blades, whatever the case may be. Nobody will shun you. If they do, they're kicked out, and it's never happened. I already cut there. I knew that went in the pilot hole too easy because it wasn't a pilot hole. Okay, I missed some comments apparently. Chris Nealon says, for a newbie like me, how should I attach a pattern to the wood? I mean, after using the spray adhesive, should I cover the piece with packing tape or something else? Well, with packing tape, I would put the spray adhesive on top of that, not on top of the wood, because you can adhere the pattern to the packing tape. But some people would use painter's tape instead of packing tape, and spray the adhesive on that and then adhere the pattern to the packing tape or the painter's tape. Every now and then people will do it directly to the wood. Alright, there's a big piece of shadow here that you can't see because I'm not in view yet on one of the horses, so I'm going to take advantage of that and cut it out. Sorry about that, I meant to cover the mic and I couldn't get to it in time because I was gyrating. And we'll eventually find the pallet hole we're looking for. Good lordy. There we go. Better late than never. Going to be one of those long cuts compared to the others, so I'm going to stretch a little bit before I get going. And everybody in the chat is talking about their preferring painter's tape over packing tape. Too early to be yawning. Alright, here comes a long one. We're not quite going to be able to get the whole thing because it goes below the opacity line of the saw, but we'll get most of it. And what I mean by capacity line, the capacity of the saw is 22 inches and the height of the piece is 24 inches. So I won't be able to get it from straight up and down like this. And this particular cut goes a little bit below that line. And I always cut on the waist side of the line if I can help it. Every now and then I have to stop and remind myself which side of the line I'm cutting on, so I don't cut out parts that are meant to stay there. And when I have the larger cuts like this, I save the waste pieces for like brittle areas like that are sticking into it, and this area here. So that using an orbital sander to sand the piece, it has a more broad surface to sand on. Barreling doesn't happen as bad with just a stack cut of 2/4 inch pieces, but it can happen. But you'd have to really be torquing it. I don't know if y'all can see that or not, but there's a pilot hole right here. I accidentally drilled into the area I meant to keep, so I made a little notation to myself to ignore it and slightly shorten the cut. And the line you see now is the capacity line. It's not exact, but it gives me an idea when to expect to hit the back of the saw from this angle. But these are spiral blades, so we can get it from another angle below that line. And pulling the piece towards me for this cut is harder because of the size of the piece. That's why you're hearing the chattering, because it's vibrating more. I do much better pushing the piece away from me when I'm cutting. Trying to find a place to pull the piece by without breaking the piece off. And that almost broke, so I'm going to just do it on the edges again. I think I'm actually going to go back to the beginning of the cut because I don't like pulling the piece towards me. And might as well catch on comments while I'm here. I missed quite a few, I think. Good lordy. John Cousin says, nobody likes my secret use of pattern attachment. And everybody's asking what he uses. Russ Meadows says he puts his directly on the wood. Josh Grover says, Russ, what do you use to remove spray adhesive residue off the wood? Some people use paint thinner, or I think that's what they used. I don't remember because I don't do that. And Lawrence Alter says, a lot more sanding without painter's tape. That glue will penetrate the wood. John Cousin says, cut wood to 1/2 inch larger than final size. Sand down to 200. Apply Glad press and seal spray pattern and apply drill holes. Cut pattern, peel everything off in one piece. Sanding is done. Yeah, mineral spirits, not paint thinner. That's what I meant. Is how you remove the adhesive. Hello, Leonard Davis. I don't know how you get that press and seal to work. That don't make any sense to me because it's not adhesive. He might mean shelf paper, but I could be wrong. John Cousin says he's been using it for about 3 years, but nobody listens to John and prefers to use blue tape or green tape. And Josh is saying what I said. All right. Yeah, it don't make sense to me, but whatever works. So I think some people are thinking of a saran wrap versus what you're talking about, John. That might be the confusion on my part. And press and seal should stick to itself. That's, I don't know. If it works for you, by God, go with it. I'm going back to the top of the cut because it's much easier to push the piece away from me than pull it towards me with the weight of it and size. Yeah, shelf liner is what I thought he was referring to. Hell, I don't know. If anybody doesn't want to miss anything, make sure you're on YouTube watching because that's where the conversation is going on and I can't keep up. Good lordy, I'm gonna see if YouTube's holding me for a review yet. Not yet, which is cool. John Cousins says, see, now I have to do videos. Exactly, because I don't understand it. I know it sticks like heck to itself, but I didn't know it stuck to anything else besides the bowls. Let's take us a swig of Dr. Pepper while we figure this conundrum out. Well, John, if you want to come on the panel real quick and show people, I mean, it's up to you. Because it sounds like a few folks would like to see that. Just saying, if you're right there in your shop and you have some nearby, show us, by God. I don't think anybody have any complaints about that, but I'm waiting on your excuse as to why you can't do that. And Chris Nealon, this is the same cut I was working on. I'm just starting at the top of it. But yeah, there's a few crazy cuts in this thing, but it takes out a big area, makes it look like you've done more than you've done. All right, just going to get something set up. So let me see if I can find you on Messenger, and I'll send you the link. Russ already has it, but apparently his wife is being noisy. Now, if there's a way to make you the only one on the screen besides screen sharing, I don't know how to do that. There's John Cousins. Link being sent right now. All right. So I'm going to finish this cut, and then I'll look up to see if you're sitting there waiting to get in. Whew. But also, John, don't have the press and seal on there yet. Otherwise, we don't. I mean, you know, in other words, start from scratch. Have a piece sitting there, and then put the press and seal on it, and then show us that it doesn't just come right up. Now, will it work with a spiral blade? Because I don't think it will, but I've been wrong before. Of course, Russ Meadows wants to see one of those in your shop already done up. Leonard Davis says, I already sent the link, John, on Facebook. Leonard Davis says, you need to enlist a 10-year-old to help you with the computer work. Yep. Hell, 10-year-olds these days can build a computer. Took me 7 years just to know where the power button was. Just kidding. Come on now. And I don't know how to make it to where John is taking up the whole screen, unless, because screen sharing is the only thing I know that will show somebody's whole entire screen. Because I'm not real good at the whole StreamYard thing yet. But John, I'm going to go ahead and finish this cut, and then I'll look up to see if you're sitting there waiting, unless you pop up before I get going. Leonard Davis brings up a good point. They grew up with it. We did not. All right.
Charles.
Howdy do, mister.
Okay, so my big secret is Glad Press and Seal.
Well, I didn't know it stuck to anything other than itself or like a bowl, but I can't imagine it sticking to smooth wood.
Yeah, it sticks to itself and everything else. The thing is, so you take a piece of wood, right? Sand it all down, all nice and smooth. I usually go to like 180 and 200 on my wood, so I get a nice smooth finish on it.
Which is comparable to like a bowl, I guess. That's why you want to sand it down?
Yeah.
Okay. So it has to be a smooth surface, folks.
It doesn't have to be smooth surface. I just find it easier so that I don't have to do as much sanding afterwards, so I don't have to worry about my frets breaking, right?
Yeah.
So take your press and seal, take a piece off, and put it on your wood.
Make sure the adhesive side is down.
Yeah, adhesive side down, and just I usually start in the center. And just press the line across it, then pull it tight, and just press it on. You don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about.
Doesn't come up with a spiral blade or anything.
Nope, you don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about wrinkles on it or anything at all either. And then once it's on, right, it's on there, and if you want, you can trim the edges off if it's overhanging your wood or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Then use your spray glue. Hold on 1 second.
So you adhere the pattern to the press and seal.
Yep. Go right on the press and seal. I use Krylon spray adhesive.
All right.
Or Super 77, whatever you want to use. Spray the back of the pattern.
Only the back of the pattern?
Yeah, I usually spray the back of the pattern.
Okay.
And then center it on your wood and press it down. Then drill all your entry holes. And if you're doing, like you can do multiple patterns at the same time, right?
Yeah.
And then actually once, like, this has already been cut with spirals.
Okay.
It's not complete. It's not complete yet, but you can actually peel it back off. You peel it back off.
Wow. And you
can stick it back on.
And the blades never lifted up?
You can stick it back on and never lifts off.
Wow.
And then when you're done cutting your pattern, I don't have any that are almost finished done here though. Oh, I do right here. So when you're finished cutting your pattern, just peel it off in one piece.
That is strange. I would never guess that press and seal had enough adhesive to it.
You peel it off in one piece. You don't have to worry about glue on your wood or anything else.
Does it accept a finish afterwards?
Yep.
Well, good lordy.
So you get a nice smooth finish on there. The only thing you got to do is just clean your fuzzies off the back.
Googly moogly. That is amazing. Glad press and seal.
Yeah. And like I said, I've been using it for like 3-4 years now. And I got a couple patterns that that's sitting around here for 6 months or so. And it's still like I put it on yesterday.
And nobody believes him because he's Canadian, I guess. I'm just
kidding.
That's
exactly what it is. Nobody believes me that I use it. Well, see, it's not that nobody believes me. Nobody listens to what I'm saying.
Well, I listen. I mean, when I say hard to believe, I don't mean you're a liar. I mean, I just never knew it had that much. Do you think part of the key of it, besides saving sanding later, is the smooth surface that you made because of sanding?
I think so.
Okay, so that's good to know. Richard Reville says, "Hi all, Charles. What method do you use to suggest for resale of the finished pieces? I don't get sales, but I put mine on Facebook Marketplace. And if you're able to get out of the house to go that route and go to shows." Lawrence Alder says, "If I remember, it works with spirals." Chris Nealon says, "Now you have to stay on the air with Charles to help him with comments." Got you there. You don't have to, but I'd like it. Mac Fair says, "Now that's a great idea with the press and seal. Absolutely." All right, we're going to give credit to John Cousins for that. John P.A. Cousins on Facebook. Russ Meadows says, "You've seen it here, folks. By God, do you want to stick around? If not, you don't have to."
I can hang around for a bit and read some messages to you if you want me to.
Well, I can see how excited you are to do that. I'll stick around. Golly.
Well, this is Canada. It's snowing outside. We got a long weekend coming up, so I Yeah, I'm gonna be in my shop all weekend for 3 days now. So
Well, I won't twist your arm to be here. I mean, I won't be offended if you prefer to just be in the audience.
yeah. Who's gonna twist my arm here? Let's see what this thing. What do they say online here? Yeah, see, nobody wants me here, so.
It doesn't matter what old Charlie wants. See what the masses want. No, on a serious note, if you prefer to be just out there in the chat, I don't mind at all. I've been reading them this long. And Lawrence Aldridge is asking if it works with real fine fretwork, and that little scrolly thing he showed would look pretty fine.
Actually, I used it on. I know you can hear. I know you can hear me.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find some patterns I've done. Fine fretwork. I used it on these two.
Wow. And it doesn't come up. I'm amazed by that because it's not known for being like tape or anything. That's just weird.
So this is just standard 1/4-inch Baltic birch, right? That's the same stuff you're using.
Wow.
And so I apply it, like I sand it, I apply it and cut it, and then it peels right off. Like I said, I just clean the fuzzy up the back.
Okay, and you also take in mind a lot of that is probably because he sands the wood prior to it, so get that wood as smooth as you can before you get going.
Yeah.
And so, wow, I had no idea. Now, I would imagine that's cheaper in the long run than painter's tape.
Yeah, like I said, hold on, it's a 50. It says 60, 6.5 square meters, 70 square feet.
Wow.
For like $3 at Dollar Giant, I think Dollar Tree, Dollarama, wherever.
Now the 70 square feet would work on about 3 of my projects. Just kidding. Yeah. That's amazing. That is completely amazing. And then seriously, if you prefer to be out in the chat, I do not mind if you don't want to be here. I'm not trying to run you off or force you to stay here.
No, I don't mind being on here. I'm just trying to get caught up on my cutting stuff. So.
All right. Yeah. If you need to go at any point, just say, Charlie, get me the hell out of here.
Sure, I'll stay on here though.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. I love you, Charlie.
Oh, diddly. Except for the tone in your voice, I actually believed you.
Sarcasm is my forte.
Yeah, that's my second language by God, right after redneck. All right.
Exactly.
Much obliged. Now, I haven't gone entirely too long without a sip of Dr. Pepper, and that is a sin. So we're going to get going on that after I take me a swig. What do you drink up there in Canada?
I drink Sprite.
Sprite? Well, that's cool.
Yeah, it's clear sodas. They're better. They're more healthier for you.
Yeah, they're much better than 7-Up, or Sprite is much better than 7-Up. A lot of things are better than 7-Up. Toilet water is probably better than 7-Up. Go ahead.
I still prefer my clear cream soda, though, but it's just hard to find.
I love the taste of cream soda. I don't know if I'd give up Dr. Pepper for it, but it tastes yummy. And everybody's saying thank you for the tip.
Yeah, not a problem. I got lots of tips that everybody wants to know about, but nobody wants to listen to John about it.
Well, you got any more you want to share with us?
Well, like I was mentioning about tattooing my wood, right? Like I know you use
carbon paper.
Carbon paper to trace your pattern on the wood, whereas I since I use Corel, I print my laser printers inside. I basically just reverse my pattern, tape it on I sand my wood down first, the same as I do everything else. Sand my wood down first, put the pattern on, and then I lightly tap the backside with lacquer thinner or acetone or whatever you want, right? And it basically transfers the pattern right onto the wood, and it looks exactly like your patterns do. Dude. Using carbon paper, and then you can just cut them all out and then sand it down after too.
Googly moogly. You heard it here first with everybody's favorite Canadian, John P.A. Cousins.
Yeah.
Googly. Yeah, that's something you're going to have to show us someday if I can ever get a normal show going again.
Yeah, I'll have to just start doing my videos.
Videos? We don't do videos. All right. Lawrence,
I'm gonna call it.
go ahead.
I'm gonna call it off sidetracked and sidelined with John.
Oh yeah, off the rails.
I
Well, I
can't use
appreciate,
off the rails. I'll use sidetrack.
and I believe you, but I'm still so surprised that press and seal works. I never imagined it would. But I imagine a lot of the fact that it adheres is because you sand the wood, like I've said 20 times, but because, it is designed to stick to bowls and crap and itself. So if you're doing a piece the size I'm doing, you probably have to use 2 sheets or 2 overlapping, in other words, because I don't know if one roll is that wide.
It's 12 inches wide, so yeah, you would just put it on twice.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like if I'm doing a big piece, I'll use a squeegee.
That makes sense.
That I use for vinyl from all my vinyl cutting and stuff. So you can pick them up at Michaels and Staples.
Cool.
Just a vinyl squeegee.
Yeah, it looks like a little spatula without a handle on it, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Leonard Davis just said, I went to Staples and asked a young adult kid for carbon paper. He said, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. But there's an old guy there that will. It was right behind him.
That's funny. That's sad. Funny and sad.
It's funny and sad. I don't know what kids are doing nowadays. A lot of them don't know basic common knowledge.
Like, and for a while there, schools stopped teaching cursive, and they stopped teach people how to tell time because of digital clocks. Like, come on, people, stop dumbing down America or wherever they're doing it.
Yeah, well, digital clocks and calculators for everything.
Yeah. Well, to my knowledge, calculators don't help with algebra and geometry. I hated math. Oh, I hated it.
Max just saying common sense isn't so common anymore.
No, sir, it's not.
I'm pretty sure that common sense should be one of the core courses they got to start teaching in school now, too.
Yeah, I remember when I was in school, they taught you how to write checks and stuff like that. Do they do that anymore?
I don't know. I graduated in 90.
I forgot you was old. No, I graduated in 88. I thought you were older than I was. I can't remember anybody's age. What else did they teach that I don't think they teach typing anymore necessarily. They might.
I don't know. I took typing. I took business courses. I took computer courses. I was a geek. I was a nerd.
I don't know what I was.
I was in library club. Put it that way.
Library club. Well, I guess in high school, other than being picked on, I was in the stoner crowd, like the headbangers, heavy metal dudes, long hair.
I had hair down to my ass.
So did I. Or, well, no, the longest mine got was about the middle of my back.
Yeah, I had hair down to my ass before I joined the military. I had it all shaved off. But I was a geek.
I think I'd freak out if I saw a picture of you with long hair because I've always known you looking like this.
Yeah.
Of course, I was surprised to see people a while back with me with long hair.
Leonard Davis says, my kids are in their 20s and cannot write their names in cursive.
That's so sad.
Yeah.
And I'm not dogging your kids, Leonard. I'm talking about the education system. I will say my writing is more legible in print.
And Lawrence is having trouble getting his printer to reverse printing. It depends on what program you use. I know I use Corel, and basically I just mirror my image.
Yeah, mirror or Control M, and some programs will mirror it.
Josh is gonna take off. He's gonna say good night. All gonna trying to get some little sleep.
Appreciate you being here, sir.
Thanks a lot, Josh, for hanging out with us. Chris Nealon says he's had the same haircut for over 50 years.
Yeah, I've had mine for a few years because I cut my dang hair off for a girl. Not
Gotta
real
look,
girls.
gotta look, gotta look pretty for the girls.
Yeah. If I'd have known how that relationship was going to end up, I would have kept my hair.
Grow it out, Charles. Grow it out again.
I look like I'm on crack when I grow it out.
Just grow it out and get a man bun in the back there, eh?
My brother would say I look homeless.
Just hanging out the back of your hat, too.
Yeah, my wife says, I don't know if you'd look good with long hair right now. And I went way off the line here, but it's all right.
Russ says no man buns allowed. Hey, Russ, don't you have a ponytail?
Well, ponytails are allowed. Man buns ain't.
Lawrence says they threw out the books on common sense. Yeah, I know they did.
Yeah,
They threw out the books. They threw out the book on common sense when they started allowing human rights in the military.
We hear about the biological male trying out for the women's Olympics, or the women in the Olympics. God bless America.
So, Ross, what are you busy doing tonight that you're not online with Charles?
His wife works in the area that he does his hangouts from, and what she does can be noisy.
No noisier than a scroll saw going.
True. Hell, I don't know.
Chris Nealon just says, crud, spent time perfectly peeling an orange just to drop it on the floor. Dog hair, still good? Yeah, just rinse it under the tap. Get all the dog hair off.
Well, that is more fiber in your diet. Literally. His hair is the epitome of fiber. And y'all are hearing that chatter because my hand is not close to the blade. Because this piece is too heavy to steer with my hand more in the middle. Well, if I can keep this live stream going and stay conscious, maybe Russ will join us at some point.
Well, I was watching you last night there, and after your stream went off, it basically just went dead. Like, everything went dead. I don't know. So I thought it was just me.
You mean the one earlier today, or
no, the one last night?
I don't think I did one last night. That's why I'm confused. Maybe I did. I don't.
Oh, no. I was working late. That was Wednesday night. Sorry.
Well, it's been a while since I've had one just flat out die, but maybe I just rushed off. Hell, I don't know.
Well, I know you were getting. It was on Wednesday night. You were getting tired, so.
Yeah, I may have made it go pretty quick, but hopefully it didn't cut off. Maybe it was just you. I don't know. All the days and nights run together for me now. Definitely harder to steer for these giant cuts.
Lawrence is saying Lawrence is having a problem with his autocorrect. He uses the info on his printer. But to reverse the pattern, it should just depend on what program you're using, though. Some printers, you can actually, there's a button or a preference in your printing sections where you can reverse it.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. And Russ is saying when something goes wrong, his wife says a few choice words that are not family friendly.
But Lawrence, if you have any kind of graphics program, usually most of them will have an option to mirror the design.
Did you break another blade?
No,
Oh.
I was using the blade to get the waste areas out. Now we're going to keep this because this is that's brittle, and the reins and stuff hanging down are a little brittle, so we want to save the waste pieces.
So Charles, when you're cutting and smaller sections, do you put your waste pieces back in just to save them?
Only not in the smaller areas. No, on the bigger ones, I just put them off to the side from me, and I have a whole bunch of them from all the live feeds I've done that I haven't sanded yet, but I just put them next to me here on this little bitty table, and it's covered in scraps that I don't even know what they go to. If I sanded stuff right after the live streams ended, I wouldn't have to keep them all. But that's work, and we don't do work around here.
Mac is talking to Ross. He's saying, I think your wife and I must have learned out of the same book.
You should have seen me earlier trying to get those stupid T-nuts to work, man. I think they gave me the wrong size because I shredded off the tops of two different bolts. There's no reason they shouldn't have threaded in.
It depends. It depends on the T-nut you got, whether you got a tight thread or a coarse thread on them. Did you check that before you put your bolts back into them?
No, because I assumed the guy at Ace Hardware knew what the hell I was talking about when I told him 1/4-20.
Yeah. Well, it's like looking for carbon paper, right?
The carbon paper. What about carbon paper? Well, about your story earlier.
Because the young kids don't know what carbon paper is.
Yeah. Luckily, I know right where to get that. CREcrafts.com.
Chris Nealon says, so Charles, how did a large scale prints out work for you? Do you use a printing service?
No, I use online program. It's a membership based for unlimited resizings. I use rapidresizer.com. They have different level memberships. I think even the basic one gives you unlimited. There's other tools you can use, but I just use the unlimited resizing, and I tape all the sheets together and trace them onto the wood here.
And I know when I use Corel, I can actually poster print, which gives me registration marks on all my pages and numbers them for me.
Yeah, the Rapid Resizer has registration marks too.
Nave.
Nave's Woodworking, John. This is John Nave. I haven't experimented with the ways of sizing. I just went with the one that was already there. I mean, so there might be ways of where you can make it fill up the whole sheet, but there's like a little border around everything with a dotted line, dash line, whatever.
John Nave wants to know who's on the panel with you, Charles.
That would be John P.A. Cousins, sir. The local Canadian, eh? Let me put him back on the screen so you can see what he looks like, eh?
Oh.
Hi.
I haven't done my hair.
I haven't either. That's why you're on camera and I'm not.
I haven't done my hair. I haven't shaved. This is like 2 days of not shaving.
Like my makeup is hideous.
My eyeliner's all out of whack too.
Yeah, mine too. I have a big old cut to do here. Another long old cut. And I found the whole first try. Go ahead.
Leonard Davis is taking off. Good night, Leonard.
Oh, well, I'm sorry you can't stay, sir.
And Lawrence wants to know what's the best program for scrollers.
God, if I know.
See, I know I use CorelDRAW because I've been using that for 20 years at least.
Yeah, and there's a lot of tutorials online on YouTube for CorelDRAW. Some people use GIMP. Some people use Inkscape. Those are both free programs. some of them are comparable to Corel Draw. If you ask John, I don't know for sure.
I've tried Inkscape and I've tried
GIMP.
what's the other one you mentioned there?
GIMP, GIMP.
GIMP, yeah, because they're free. I tried them, but I still prefer Corel Draw.
Corel Draw is expensive for those of you that get it morally.
Well, see, but the thing with Corel Draw is that if you go to Staples or London Drugs or wherever you want to go buy it at, if you buy the student edition, it's about $80. If you buy the commercial edition, it's about $600.
Yeah, so get the student edition.
So get the student edition, and the only thing it does not have is access to the complete entire fonts and the complete picture library. But you can actually download them separately when you want to, and you can actually get true type fonts at DaFont or Font 1000 or 1000 Fonts.
Yeah, there's all kinds of free font sites out there. Oh, thank you for your help, sir.
Yeah, not a problem. Like, there's a lot of information out there that a lot of people just don't know where to find the access to it.
My problem is comprehending that information.
Oh yeah, Lawrence is also saying he's got that in his computer. He also has Coyote Stencil on USB. I saw Coyote Stencil. It looks easy to use. I've never actually known anybody who actually used it that actually made patterns out of it.
It might start their process, but it doesn't help with floaters, I don't think. I could be wrong. I don't know anything about it. But if nothing else, it could be a starting point for folks, I guess.
But like anything else, it's just a matter of trial and error and find out what works for you. If you know somebody that has a copy of something, you just borrow it or go over and see how they do it with theirs.
Yep.
Just like using spirals, right, Charles?
Yeah, sir.
Everybody's got a problem with them, but it's the only thing I use. The only thing you use.
The only thing I've ever used. Yeah, you don't want me to use the flat blade.
No.
Then people would only be here for the train wreck. Now, I knew this piece would be easier to cut if I only did a single layer, but I didn't want to have to cut it again, so we got to.
You know, I was actually thinking about you today while I was working, and I'm like,
"Oh, baby, sorry."
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I had some downtime, and I was just daydreaming about Charles and his cutting.
Well, it is Valentine's Day. Go ahead.
And I was thinking, well, you know, if I'm doing multiples, I think I should start doing them on 1/8.
Yeah, you can get more stack cut. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can do four stacks at a time. Well, you know, 4 stacks is a decent cut.
Yeah.
And I was wondering why Charles doesn't do that.
I don't know if this maple fly is available at 1/8. I could be wrong. Plus, I'd be stubborn enough that I would try to cut more pieces with the thinner wood, and I'd be having the same problem, I guess.
Yeah. Have you seen that new bamboo hybrid plywood they got out now?
I have not.
It's like it's actually made for underlayment, if that makes for underlay for on top of your floors.
Yeah.
It comes in 1/4 inch, but it's bamboo. One side's got a bunch of X's on it, and it's got a nice grain to it. It cuts real nice, but the thing you got to look for is voids in it.
Yeah. It has long straight grains. A lot of people don't know, but bamboo is actually considered a grass more than a wood, but people use it like wood.
Yeah. I know I went down to the dollar store. They were having a big clearance sale. Clearance sale at the dollar store, right?
And you got all their glad present sale.
I picked up some wooden bamboo cutting boards, like the small ones.
Oh, cool.
And I was thinking about just doing a couple small patterns in those.
That could look cool. And they're already glossy in most cases.
Yeah, exactly. I just got to figure out what I'm gonna like. I know I got to soak them in oil or like Danish oil or something because they dry out pretty quick.
Oh, I didn't know that.
You know, I've had them sitting around for a bit, and I know they're already starting to crack open.
Dang it.
Russ is saying that Jerry Brown and Michael Crisper have a lot of bamboo.
Yep, sir. Yeah. I didn't know they did.
I remember a while ago. You probably must have been 2 years ago. I used to watch this guy who used to cut his patterns on actual like half splits of bamboo,
Uh,
and he used to do these really cool tiger patterns on them.
roll.
Lawrence is saying his computer skills are able to turn it on.
Yeah. There was a time my dad barely knew how to turn a computer on. Now he's not like a computer whiz, but he's sort of up with the times technology wise. I remember when the internet first came out, I was amazed what a printer could do. It's like, wow, that looks just like the picture that was on the computer. I was easily impressed.
The internet, that was back in '92.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh no.
I don't know what year it was, but I was 30 years old, and I was born in '70, so it was around 90. Wait, no, I didn't get my first computer till I was. How old was I? Damn it! I don't know. That's why my email address has a 30 in it.
I'm surprised it's not an AOL email address.
Maybe it was. Maybe I didn't get my first computer until I don't know when the hell I got it. I know I was married to my first wife because her dad is the one that helped me get one because he kind of built them at the time.
The Wooden says he hates when it cracks. I wonder if is that any wood or just bamboo?
I would imagine he hates it when any wood cracks, but yeah, he might be referring to bamboo.
Anthony Campbell's online.
Hello, Anthony Campbell.
Busted. Caught doing that live stream and stuff again, he says.
You got me. For some reason, I advertise it that I'm doing one. Go figure.
I know I keep seeing a lot of people saying they crack their pieces. Now it's garbage. Like it's going in the burn pile. Do you worry about you don't trash your stuff if you crack them, do you?
I've never had one crack.
Well, not really crack, but like a break or you drop on the floor.
Well, I did a 4 foot wide, very, very intricate fretwork eagle. And while I was sanding and it fell on the floor, broke into 50 million pieces, I said, no way I was going to try to save that.
Yeah, I know.
Most times what breaks is my signature, if it's made out of wood versus cut from the wood. But it depends on what breaks and where it's broken. If I can disguise it, I will.
I usually just use CA glue and accelerator.
Yeah, I do that if it's something important, but very rare that I break anything. And when I do break things, a lot of times it's after I've cut it. It's my hands trying to steer the piece, but you can't glue these blades back together unless you're really patient and stuff like that. But the irony, we're talking about breaking stuff, and I figured, what the heck, let's break a blade.
Anthony says he got back from dinner, took the wife to get her some mud bugs for Valentine's.
Mud bugs sounds gross, but if it involves chocolate, I might just love it.
Yeah, what is a mud bug?
You're talking to a Canadian and a Texan that's never heard of a mud bug. Just saying.
Oh, crawfish. Crawdads.
Ah.
I know what a crawdad is.
I don't know. Oh, okay. Mud bug. Okay.
Crayfish. Good
lordy. Y'all are some weird folks. I don't think I've ever eaten a crawdad or crawfish, whatever the heck you call them.
Yeah, we got crawfish up here. They're like little baby lobsters.
Yeah. And not near as expensive. I don't think I've ever had a lobster a day in my life either.
Really?
I don't think I have.
Do you eat a lot of seafood?
Mm-mm.
No.
I'm not opposed to it. I just haven't. I've had fish sticks.
Fish sticks. Captain Highlander. Oh, sorry, Captain Highliner. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah. Do they still sell Captain Highliner fish sticks? I don't know if they do or not.
I've never even heard of them, so I don't know.
Must be a Canadian thing.
It might be. Yeah. You got a few of them Canadian things over there in Canada. They don't even use real money. I'm just kidding.
Actually, I'm starting to notice the Americans are starting to change the color of their money too now, aren't they?
Not that I'm aware of. Of course,
Like
I don't usually have it long enough to notice any difference.
Like I'm watching movies lately, and all the American 100 bills are starting to look like the Canadian bills now.
Well, that's because they're trying not. You can't in movies. They don't actually use real money, so it's probably just bad, fake. Go ahead.
No, go.
No, I was just about to start reading comments, but since you're there,
well, what am I here if I'm not reading comments for you?
I know you was taking too long, so I went started to go without you.
Oh. Chris Neiman's saying, "Oh, they're disgusting looking, but delicious." Yeah, they are. Nave's never had them. Anthony's saying you can't beat a good mess of mud bugs with some tater and corn and a few peeled onions. Throw it off in there with them.
So y'all gonna start all this food talk again, and I'm sitting here dying for pizza.
Yeah. So he's gonna order you pizza again. Oh, it's Friday night. I had pizza.
We might have to get them drunk first. Hell, I don't even know if they're still open. I don't know what time they close.
Russ says throw some sausage in there too. Lawrence says he had pieces, small break, and 60 million pieces. 60 million? God, exaggerator.
Fine, 50,009,999.
Yeah, exactly. Anthony's saying he'd rather have sausage in a big pot of gumbo.
I'd prefer to have a stuffed crust, large hamburger, pizza, but we won't get started on that again.
Lawrence says the only thing he's not had is alligator. Russ likes chicken and sausage gumbo.
My dad had octopus eyes once when he was in the military.
My dad did tours overseas, and every time he come back, he'd always cook up all these weird, exotic foods for us.
Yeah.
There's not much I have not eaten in my life.
Well, the way I was raised is if you don't eat what's on your plate, then you don't get to eat.
Exactly.
Luckily, we didn't have a lot of weird exotic crap.
For white meat. Anthony thinks our live streamer has some Yankee in him or something. No. Well, I can't say that. Going through family history, my grandmother, she was American. My great grandmother, she's American. They're both from Detroit.
That would be in Michigan, for those that don't know.
Who wouldn't know that?
I don't know, but you never know. We're always here to teach, by God. Some people out there can't even write in cursive. People in Brazil may not know about Detroit. Just saying. Every now and then we get people from overseas watching. And we're here to help. Aren't we, John? Oh, John's gone. I guess he hit the wrong button. Hate when that happens. Well, he'll have to wait till I'm done with this long cut unless I peek over and see him waiting to get in. And since I'm on the far left of this piece, it's partway under my table, so I'm really hoping I don't knock my laptop off the table because it's new to me. So you'll have to wait till after this real long cut. Well, no, because I have to make room on the table I'm overlapping so I don't knock a bunch of crap off. And we'll catch up on comments and questions while we're over there. Russ Meadow says he's had alligator tail before. Anthony Campbell says on your bigger gators, the back meat is really good. But they got to be pretty good size, around 10 to 12 feet to get enough of that area to make it worth your while. John says ostrich is good, so is shark and caviar. I've never had caviar or shark or ostrich. Mimi Lord says you got a new laptop. Good for you. Thank you, ma'am, and appreciate you being here. I got to make some room for stuff because I'm not even to the edge of the piece yet, and I'm already close to knocking crap off my table over here. You know, if I was smart, I would just angle it more. So why don't we go that route? And it'll be just as crooked for me as it is for y'all. So we're all losing out. Yeah, I think we can get it going that way. Actually, that's probably more right side up for y'all. Well, I appreciate y'all getting me severely hungry again. And Lawrence is leaving us. Good night, sir. Well, y'all done succeeded on getting me hungry again. I appreciate it. Do I have to go into the whole piece of spiel again? Of course, y'all aren't talking about normal food. Amy Lord wants to know how big the piece is. It is 2 feet top to bottom, 3 feet 1 inch left to right. Huge. And I'm cutting out one of the larger cuts right now. And John Cousins is in the chat, says the StreamYard just cut out. I did not kick you out, I promise. But thank you for being here. Anthony Campbell says it could have been worse. I could have took her to get a steak like normal. All right, I'm going to take me a swig of Dr. Pepper and we'll get rolling again. This is a very long cut. Probably the biggest cut in this whole piece, except for the roof line, the shadow of the roof line on the barn. Wait. Somebody's popped up. The Canadian is back with us. Hello, sir.
There, I'm back. I don't know what happened. Well, I know it's snowing here, so there might be a storm going on.
Yeah, that Canadian signal is pretty weak. Sorry.
Anthony's talking about it could have been worse. I could have took her to get a steak like normal.
Yeah. I actually read that, but I'm going to give you extra credit because you came in and read it anyways. That's a trooper.
Whoa. You know how us Canadians are. We're all a little slow behind times.
I'm not about to agree with you while I'm sucking up to keep you here. Oh, diddly. Oh, let me stretch a little bit because my aching back is aching. Go figure.
Did you read Chris Nealon's post?
About
pistachio shells?
No, I haven't seen any of those new comments after the one you just read.
Oh, there you go. See, so hey, Chris, how's it going? He says he's talking about cleaning out a big load of pistachio shells for a resin casting project.
Cool.
Is it going to be a bowl or making pen blanks or something else? Russ is taking off.
Well, he better hurry his butt back, dagnabbit. He's supposed to be on the panel here with us weird folk. Mimi Lord says, I've been in my shop and broke too many blades. So bad to quit for the night. I've been there. You've seen it on these dang fun live streams. We have 16 people watching. If any of y'all have any comments or questions, feel free to throw them out there.
Anthony's telling Chris, if you need somewhere to send the nuts out of them shells, I'll give you my address. Hey, Anthony, the other problem is they're already there. He sucks them out of the shells, though. I don't know
That's funny right there. And Herb was saying, yeah, Russ had to go get some Snapple. Sorry, I'm still in your job here.
Snapple. You know, I don't think I've ever had a Snapple.
I don't think I have either.
They did used to sell it up here, but I don't think I ever had one.
I don't believe I have either. And
isn't that iced tea though? Isn't it iced tea?
I'm not sure what it is, but it comes in different flavors. I
know I've never had a Yoo-Hoo.
I've had a couple of them. It's like chocolate milk, basically, or chocolate. I don't know what the hell it is, but it tastes good. I've never been able to drink any chocolate drink slowly.
So Chris says he's making a bowl for his granddaughter on the way, due in August. Way to go. Congratulations to the parents.
I have an order for Chris Nealon that's due in August. He was my last order. He's my friend. He got me pizza. I'm not a smart man, but I know what pizza is. I like pizza.
You like shrimp on your pizza? What kind of shrimp do you like on your pizza?
I've never found shrimp I like. To me, it's tasteless without something to dip it in.
Well, you know, there's Cajun shrimp, there's gumbo shrimp, there's fried shrimp, there's garlic shrimp.
I walked right into that one, didn't I? Boy, I couldn't have segued into that any better than I did, I don't think. So I just open that door and I'll just skip right on through. Barbecue shrimp. That's funny. Anthony Campbell's asking what part of Canada you're in.
What part of Canada I'm in? Northern Canada. That's I'm in Northern Canada. It's snowing here. It's let me check the weather here. I'll tell you where it's at. It's
he wants your dang address, dagnabbit.
Yeah, I know.
Northern Canada barely narrows it down to where in Canada you are.
Let's see. It's minus 24 here.
There's no way I can handle that.
So, well, I'll give you the Fahrenheit in a second here. 24. Oh, it's minus 11 Fahrenheit.
Googly muggly.
Yep.
It is 69 degrees here in Texas. I think.
Oh my. Yeah, so Anthony's like up there where it snows more than the sun shines. No, we got the sunshine. It's our days. The day is getting longer at least. Sun's up about 8:30, goes down about 4:30, so it's still pretty decent hours.
I say it's 69 here, but my phone says it's 39. So I don't know what the hell it is here. I have a heater on, so I'll take it. Or maybe
it's 69 with the heat. 69 with the heater, eh?
No, 69 was my battery. The 39. Okay, my battery's at 69%. So I could have gone outside in the shorts and got all cold and stuff. Hello, Portal Waterworks, Mr. David Jones. And yes, I'm about to start scrolling again, David. I just had to stretch my back and my jaw.
Oh, so Anthony, I'm in Grand Prairie, Alberta. So like 5 hours north of Edmonton. I don't know if anybody knows where that is. The capital city of the province of Alberta.
Canada's freaking huge. All right. So the piece is actually right side up to y'all, but it's at an angle for me so I don't hit the stuff on the table beside me.
Anthony says he's never been to Canada, one of the few countries that he wants to visit but has not.
I've never been there either. I just realized I did a second pilot hole in this one too, so we're actually at 777 cuts. There's sometimes I miss pilot holes, and other times I'm drilling too many in the same cut. How often do you miss pilot holes?
I usually just do my pilot holes in the areas that I'm cutting at.
Well, that made too much sense.
Yeah, well, see, like my projects are a lot smaller than yours, though.
That's true. The average person cuts much smaller than I do.
So Anthony's in Louisiana. So let's see how far a drive is it from Louisiana?
Quite a ways, I reckon. Louisiana's right up next to Texas.
Oh, it's only 4,000. It's a 1 day, 15 hours. So it's 24, 30, 39-hour drive. That's nothing.
That's all?
Yeah.
I'll jump in the truck here shortly.
Yeah.
I'm hitting the back of the saw here, so I got to be mindful of where the other end of this piece is at.
Portal Woodworks says Canada and the U.S. are both 3.8 million square miles. Yeah, but the problem is that America has used up all their land, and we still have 90% of ours open still.
Yeah. Well, by God, we might just come take some of it.
Well, I know we don't like talking about politics and all, but have you guys heard about this whole Wexit thing that Western Canada wants to separate from the rest of Canada now?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba basically all want to separate.
Well, I know there's a lot of times Texas wanted to secede from the Union because we, I don't know the exact history, but we are legally allowed, if we wanted to, we could secede from the United States. And some people are really going after it. I got to make some room here because this piece is going to overlap the table, and I don't want to knock a bunch of crap off.
So Chris Nealon says he honeymooned in PEI. It's a nice little island. Woodin is in Washington State. I went to Seattle once for about 5 hours. Turned around, came back.
I may have to move my laptop a little bit.
John Naves in good old Canada.
Yup. My shop is such a bloody mess. Oh.
Texas and Louisiana are 2 or only 3 or 4 states that can sustain themselves.
Yeah. Okay, I gotta move.
See, we're learning history and geography and all kinds of things on Scrolling with Charles.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Free entertainment and education, I tell you what.
And all kinds of ways to cook shrimp.
Yeah.
The U.S. has open land everywhere. Canada has a lot of land that isn't fit for human habitability. That's not true. We got military bases all over Canada people live in.
Easy for you to say. Habitability. Yeah, habitation, something like that.
You got new legs, Captain Dan. Wait, no, it's Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Dan. You want some ice cream? It beat me right in the butt. Lieutenant Day, you don't have no legs.
I think a bee stung me in the butt.
Bit me in the butt. Butt talks. This is my magic scroll saw.
Portal says Canada has a military. LOL.
We also
What's
have the RCMP, or Royal Canadian Mounted Police, by God.
That's Snicker for.
Oh. Just felt like the right thing to do.
Yes, Canada has a military. I used to be in the military. Canada used to have a nice military at one time.
What happened?
They started saying they were overspending, so they cut back all the full-time service members and started bringing in militia, a reserve, which are part-timers, which only basically are weekend warriors. And that's when they brought in all the human rights. They're going, oh, I go to school and I'm going to college, so I'm going to be an officer. And they're like, oh, you can't yell at me because I'm a real person. And it's like, no.
My daddy donates to the academy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'm gonna get back on this here scrolling thing. Hopefully we won't knock anything off. If we do, we'll all find out together. If I knock the laptop off, we'll know because it'll all go black. But I actually clamped my laptop to my table so that it doesn't vibrate off because of my wooden floor.
Hey, Charlie, have you ever thought about using your scrap pieces and making a mosaic out of them?
Nope.
Oh, do you know anybody that does resin bowls? You can just give them all your scrap pieces and have them throw them in a resin bowl for you.
Well, then I'd have to keep all the scrap pieces, which I was about to say I don't do, but I do. I also don't throw them away because I just chunk them off onto the floor, and so if I ever clean up, I might have quite a few. But I am talking about having people make pens, bowls, and knives out of broken scroll saw blades. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool too.
If I have enough.
Yeah, I think you have enough broken blades.
Well, I don't know, because for a bowl blank, that would be quite a few blades.
Yeah, but for a pen blank, you'd only need like 15 or 20.
Yeah, I haven't turned a pen in a long time. But I would love to see somebody make a knife out of broken blades. It may not be a usable knife. I don't know. But in a bowl blank, you'd be able to tell that it was scroll saw blade, I think.
Yeah, I suppose. Anthony's making fun of our army up here. He's saying y'all's army is basically like National Guard. What is the National Guard down there? They're just like regular part-timers, aren't they?
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know all the particulars, so I won't pretend I do.
John Naves is curious to know how the military would have been now if they didn't cancel the Arrow. Oh, geez, I don't know. If they didn't,
what?
The Arrow, the Canadian CF, I can't remember what number it was, but it's the Avro Arrow. It was basically like the prototype to the CF-18 Hornets and the
aircraft.
Yeah, the Black Hawks you guys have.
Oh, okay. You were talking about aircraft. I thought it was some part of the. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, it was like the prototypes to like the Black Hawk, the Blackbirds you guys got now, like stealth bombers and stuff.
Cool. Learning all kinds of stuff tonight. And breaking blades, because that's what we do. Good googly moogly.
So Anthony's like part-timers, 1 weekend a month and a single 2-week drill every year. They're called out for floods and natural disasters and stuff like that. Wasn't that with the Coast Guard? And oh yeah, I got a National Guard. Yeah, I suppose.
And martial law type crap, you know. Like at some point, I think National Guard helped with the riot crap.
So Charles, how close are you to the border?
Quite a ways. About probably between 3.5 to 5 hours.
Oh, really?
Depends how much
You're
border.
that far in?
That's from the bottom border. Yeah,
Yeah. The Mexican border.
I don't know the exact.
We're the Texas Border Patrol.
Well, you're welcome to check on Google Maps or whatever. I'm in Gatesville, Texas. You can answer, and we can both know. All right, might as well go back.
Yeah, see, John Naves is talking about it was ahead of its time. Yeah, the Avro Arrow was definitely way ahead of its time. Probably had a bunch of German researchers working on it too, eh?
He said "a." That's a Canadian thing, and he said "a boat." A
A
boat.
boot. A boot.
A boat. Hey, what are you talking about?
It's a boot.
That's funny hearing a Canadian make fun of Canadians. That's entertainment right there, and y'all don't have to pay a dime for it.
Wooden's talk. Oh, Wooden says, Charles, what is that? 4 or 5 blades now?
Yeah, it's a lot more than I usually break. Well, of course, I'm pushing the piece, and it's large, and we're double stacking. Blah blah blah. I refuse to take blame.
Anthony says, there's one for the bowl.
And Mimi Lord says she has a bunch of used blades. I'll send anyone who wants them. By God, if you want to send them to me, Mimi, I'd appreciate it. We'll just get us a good old bowl blade at a broken scroll saw blades. By God, I may have enough for a pen blank or a knife, maybe, but probably not enough for a bowl, unless my old hell, I don't know. I've cleaned a few times. I wasn't done with that cut yet, but I'm starting at the top again because it's more fun to push the piece away from me than pull it towards me. That's a lot of blades, though. I have broken a lot of blades on this one. We have only 2 of them stayed on the saw. The rest of them I've heard hit the floor. Yeah, that's about 5 blades, I think. That's ridiculous. But in my defense, a lot of them has happened. Other than that one spot, has happened on these gigantic long cuts, twisting in 20,203 different directions.
So I know you use a lot of like because you do bigger portraits. Have you ever thought about putting a 1/2-inch board underneath of it and using the top part of your blade as well?
Yeah, you're not the first person that's asked me that, but I tend to use them till they break. Very rarely do I use them where they just get dull. I guess I'm spoiled. I prefer to just use a sharper blade than trying to finagle a way of using the unused portion of the blade.
Oh, you make it sound like you're made of money now, Charles. You're just throwing blades away like they're nothing.
I'm far from made of money. I'm made of monopoly money and IOUs and debts. All right, Mimi Lord's going to bring them to me when we meet, sweet. Now, hopefully you'll remember because I'll forget to even say, oh, you got them broken blades? And we'll get going again here shortly, I promise. Might as well check YouTube, see if they're holding me hostage yet. Why not?
So what's the biggest cut you've ever done? And how long did it take you to do it?
I don't remember how long it took me to do it, but I did Last Supper 5 feet wide once. But it wasn't one of my more detailed pieces, just one of my larger. I think I still got it somewhere. And now John Nave's going, oh, yeah. All right, let me get my computer mouse out of the way here, and we'll get rolling again, or scrolling. You know what I mean?
You still use a computer mouse?
Yeah, I don't like the finger pads on a laptop because I'm so used to using a mouse. It's just easier than trying to navigate with my stupid finger.
Have you ever used a bamboo pad?
No. Anything closely resembling wood, I'll use it for something. To make,
No. Basically, it's a touch pad, but you can use a pen on it, and so when you're transferring your patterns to your computer, you can actually get more detail in there with your pen on the bamboo bat. It's basically just like a mouse, but you're just using your pen for it instead of your finger.
So Bamboo is like a
It's a brand name.
brand name. Okay, that's what threw me off. Well, I know there's the most popular brand I hear about is Wacom, WACOM. I don't know how you say it, but
Yeah, Wacom. Yeah,
I've been doing it so long with a pen and paper that I don't know if I could do any better with plus it. I guess you can call it my forte is doing it with pen. So it seems somewhat silly, for lack of a better word, for me to try to change how I do them. But I'm not opposed to it. It's just money.
It's your niche that you got into, and you're good at doing it. So,
Well, thank you. The check's in the mail. Just don't cash it.
yeah. What's it saying? Oh yeah, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah. I'm not opposed to using a digital pen. I just can't justify the cost and all that crap.
Oh, I think they're pretty cheap now. Oh yeah, they're only $40.
Oh, did not know that. There again, it ain't broke. So.
Oh, here's a fancy one for $300. Oh, that's nice. You can add special effects to it and everything.
I think if I got one, I'd want it to be paid size because that's how I do things. But yeah, there again, I don't think it's one of those things I rush out and get. Because I like to, when I use a pen of any kind, I want to see the line it leaves behind. That would mess with me.
Mimi wants to know what size drill bit you use for your pilot holes.
1/16, your standard small one.
Your standard small one.
Yep.
You ever drill smaller holes?
I think one time. But I don't like cutting real small. As you can see.
Yeah.
I found another one where I did 2 pilot holes, so apparently there's only 776 cuts.
Oh, am I gonna lose all my my patterns now?
What do you mean?
Well, because I was the closest, right? So you keep finding all these double holes you're doing now.
No, anybody that wins, even if I'm the one that screwed up, they still win. And we haven't had anybody else yet that caught up if I missed that many, like, because I think second and third place were like 50 something apart, so I'd have to have missed a lot of holes. I believe second and third was Herb Hooper and Leonard Davis.
Wooden is asking what size blade you're using right now.
Number 5 flat-ended Sparrow by Flying Dutchman. All I use number 5 and number 3. Go ahead.
See, I don't know. Like my number 3 is huge.
It's because you're Canadian. I'm kidding. I don't.
No, yeah. See, because like my number 3 blade is like it's larger than a 1/16, but my number 1 and 2 blades are smaller than a 1/16 hole. That makes sense to you?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I could be using smaller drill bits, but I don't. I didn't go all the way to the top of that cut. I thought I had. Not very often I have this many double pilot hole areas. Go ahead.
I know. I used to have a chart that had all my that listed all the blade sizes and their decimal point size and
Yeah.
the matching drill bit for them, and I don't know what happened to it.
It's just easier for me to use the same drill bit for everything, and if I have to go any smaller, then I'm cutting it too small. I'm capable of cutting smaller pieces, but not with a detail like this.
Even I like the challenge of doing pieces like that smaller than what you're doing.
Yeah, I like the challenge of cutting them big, but it's also a challenge to get them sold. But the reason why I started cutting big, besides the challenge, is that if you did an 8x10 with the same detail as something bigger, you can't get as much money for that 8x10 necessarily. Not that I'm good at getting money, but you know what I mean.
The Wooden's asking which is smaller, number 3 or number 5?
Number 3.
See, and I got like O2s and 2 O's, and an O1 and a 1O, and they're like the O1 is smaller than the 1O. I don't know. I've never even used my 3s yet. I got I bought a gross of them. I never even used them.
Yeah, the fraction stuff is really small. I've used a 2.0 or 2/0, what some people call it, but it barely lasted a cut or two because I just can't dial them in right on a Hegner. Surprised this blade hadn't broken yet as long as this cut's taken.
Oh, you're gonna jinx yourself there.
Yeah, probably. That's what I do. I went way off the line, but that's all right. Not a major piece of detail. I didn't want to jump back to the line, so I just kept it going.
John Naves is heading off to bed.
All these people being normal.
Oh, I know.
Thank you for being here, John.
Friday night. Oh.
Yes, us old timers are still up here partying. Come on now. Pretty confident this is one of the larger cuts in the whole piece. Besides the shadow line on the roof. Plus, these long cuts like this will dull a blade quicker. It doesn't seem like you've gotten as much done. I tend to break more blades when I'm pulling the piece towards me versus pushing it away.
I find that too. I find I break more blades when I'm pushing sideways though.
Well, the reason why you break more, and this ain't necessarily aimed at you because you probably know this, but for anybody listening, the reason why you break, number one, spirals flex in more directions than a flat blade is why it breaks more often than a flat blade, but also you're flexing it in so many directions on one single cut, and the friction's going to build up. Get a lot of chatter. Yeah, this blade's probably going to break before I'm done with it. The chatter is the piece bouncing up and down off the table. That is such a large cut.
You know, if you just stick some tape on there, it'll stop that, eh?
Yeah, but I don't mind. You said A. Are you like Canadian or something?
No.
Y'all talk like this? No. There it went.
See, I know people think I have an accent. Do I sound like I have an accent?
Not beyond Canadian, no. But I'm not regularly there in Canada either.
Yeah.
Canada. Wow.
Canada.
People think I do too, and I don't think they's all tore up. I don't know what they's thinking.
But you know, traveling around, you definitely know when the Americans around.
Yeah. There's all kinds of different American accents. Boston, New York. Where am I at over here? That's where I'm at.
Have you traveled around quite a bit, Charles?
Compared to some people, I guess, but I was only old enough to remember some of it. Berlin, Germany. Well, before that, it was Fort Bragg, North Carolina, Berlin, Germany. Copper's Cove, then Austin, and here we are.
So why'd you settle in Texas, Gainesville, Texas?
Gatesville. Well, I lived anywhere I could for a while there after I left my parents' house, and that was in Austin, or far north Austin, which is near Pflugerville, which is where I graduated. Anyway, family, I think, is why we settled in Texas. Oh, because almost every relative I have is in Texas.
Don't all your exes live in Texas, though?
Not all of them, but yeah, a lot of them do. I'll see what you did there. I moved to Hamilton because that's where my parents moved to, because they got my granddad's house after he passed, and lived in Hamilton and met my wife. Well, my wife responded to an ad I had on Craigslist. Actually, had personals, and here we are.
She responded to a Craigslist ad and ended up with you?
Yeah, I love you too.
Wow.
She was clearly very desperate. I'm kidding.
Could you imagine? Do you think if you were on Plenty of Fish right now, she'd pick you up though too?
I doubt it. If she knew as much about me as she does now.
Oh, right.
You know, so every now and then I'll jokingly ask, "Do you want to renew our vows?" And it's like, "Want to get away?"
Yeah.
Hell no, I know you better now.
My wife keeps asking me if I want to marry her. I'm like, let me think about it.
That's funny right there.
She's like, I got too much invested in you. You better say yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I suppose.
A lot of times I think the reason why my wife stays with me, she doesn't have the mental energy to deal with another divorce.
There's too much energy it's too costly to leave you. It's the problem.
Yeah, there's a country song by Kevin Fowler that says it's cheaper to keep her. That's funny right there. I don't want to be. I guess that's why I fight so hard to stay with people, is because I know I stay single for way too long because I'm not a chick magnet. Unless people are into, humor and all that crap. But if you want a guy that looks hunky naked, it ain't gonna happen. Sorry for those of y'all that pictured that. Are we caught up on the comments over there? Everybody's saying bye, basically.
Herb saying it gets early around 6 o'clock in the morning, and Wooden says it's Valentine's Day. They say they're going to bed. I'm going to put that in quotes. They say they're going to bed.
Uh-huh. And Lawrence Aldridge is back. Hello, sir.
Hello, Lawrence.
Howdy do. Oh, I'll be dang glad when this particular cut is done. I about had my fill of it.
The whole pattern, or just that one section?
That one section. I mean, I'm not going to stop after this cut, but this one particular cut's huge and taking forever. And I can move on to the rest. Lord, how long we been going over here? 3 hours, 41 seconds. Or at least it was when I said that. Might as well check YouTube. Wow, they're not holding me for a review. That is really weird. 86 views, 14 thumbs up. I appreciate you. All right, let me take a swig of Dr. Pepper and we'll get scrolling again. Lord, I took a nap. Why for am I tired again? Probably because I'm awake, if I'm being honest.
Well, there's only 5 people in the room right now. Oh.
Well, on YouTube, there's 4 watching on Facebook, so there's a 9 total. But it is getting late for the U.S. crowd.
Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock here. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do.
I know. I'm just getting warmed up. I'm kidding, because I get tired pretty quick. It don't take much. Okay, here we go. I don't know if I'll be here too much longer because I am getting tired again, but we're going to go as long as we can.
Russ is back.
Howdy, sir.
Are you back or are you front? Front, back to front. Front sideways back.
Something like that.
Oh, there you go, Charles. Wooden says all you need to do is go to the women's prison. You can have all the women you want.
Well, technically, yeah, but apparently there's rules.
You just got to get on the conjugal visit list, that's all.
Have all these women up against the bars. A man.
A real man.
Yeah, I'll just tell them, yeah, since y'all went in jail, the world ended, so I'm the only man left, so line up, ladies.
Some of them are like, oh, Slim Pickens, oh no.
I'll just get with women. Thanks anyway.
Believe it or not, my arms get tired too cutting pieces this large because having to push and pull the piece around. Not very easy. And I know it's shattering quite a bit, but I don't really care. I minimize it a little bit by getting closer to the blade.
Russ says you got to be family friendly now.
I know.
Yeah.
I wasn't going too far off the rails.
You take all the fun out of it, Russ. Come on.
I know. We generally stay family friendly. Every now and then I'll find that line and skate on it. The later it gets.
I just thought of a question to ask, and I just forgot what it was.
You sound a lot like me now.
Yeah.
Except with me, I'm usually starting to say it when I forget what it is. You know what I hate?
I hate walking into a room and trying to remember what I walked in there for.
Yeah. Well, apparently the memory part of that is in your butt because the second you sit back down, you'll remember what it was.
Yeah, since I'm already sitting, I don't want to get back up and go get it.
Yeah. It's like, how bad did I need that anyway? I've about had my fill of this particular cut, dagnabbit. Why did I have to make this so detailed? Well, actually, one big cut means there's not a lot of detail in this area, just saying. Depends on who you talk to, I guess.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask. How big is your table now? So you got a piece of plywood on your troll saw deck, right?
Well, I have a 1x4's frame with a 2x4 legs and I think 1/4 inch Lexan, and this is black shell paper on top of that Lexan. And the black shell paper is only because when I was using the lights and stuff before, it would reflect off the Lexan and mess with the autofocus on the camera.
So your table now is 1x4.
No, I'm sorry, I never got around to that, did I? It's 2 feet by 4 feet.
Oh, okay.
And,
I don't know if you ever saw pictures of my saw, but I got my my Excalibur set inside of a corner desk, office desk.
Oh, cool.
And so basically, I got 63 inches back, like left to right.
Wow.
And then 21 inches, like backwards, right?
Yeah, front to back. If I was good at building things, I'd probably have like a semicircle around me. That way I can pivot it and still have support.
Yeah, that's why I like my corner desk. Oh, I got it at Goodwill for $60.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's nice. Like I got the side legs are probably no. Side legs are 4 foot on each side leg, and the center corner piece is 24 inches at the front and probably 4 feet at the back.
Wow.
Like it makes for a nice flat top too.
For the most part, mine's flat. It ever so slightly dips in the middle. That's why you get that chatter sometimes. Plus the piece is so large.
Yep.
This works 99% of the time, but every now and then I have to angle something really large, and I don't have enough table space, so I have to hold my arm out there to hold it up.
Well, I know my problem is I got all my blades and my pencil sharpener and my pyrograph on the one side, and I got all half done stuff on the other side, project.
Well, I got my Seiko scroll saw right next to me. That's where the laptop's sitting. I'm using it as a catch-all right now. It's a dang good saw, but I can only use one at a time, and I had so many years experience on this one that it's my go-to first. Oh, I'm gonna rest my back a little bit. That's kicking my hind end right there. We only got this much left, but yeah. Oh, Mr. What's his face has joined us.
Oh, Russ says tell you to stop cutting and let him in.
Howdy do, mister.
Man, I didn't think I was ever gonna get a word in edgewise.
Well,
No,
God,
no.
I was wondering if you were ever gonna show up. I'm just kidding.
I've been here for most of it.
A little stinky.
I got my StreamYard chat on, and it didn't say it on there, but yet on the YouTube chat, it says on there to let you in.
Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay
A
between.
little bit of a
Yeah.
lag.
Yeah,
Oh,
between-
there it is. There it is. Charles, stop cutting and let him in.
Hey, that kind of worked out, didn't it? Howdy do, Mr. Russ Meadows.
I figured I'd get in. You got so tired you'd quit. I didn't have to stay long, huh?
That happened last time he came in, right
Yeah.
after I ended the show. Oh, the show's over. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, don't cut my paycheck, by God.
I won't. By God, that rate is still there.
Paycheck. Oh, right. You got to be working here for a certain amount of time in order to get a paycheck.
Yeah. See, I don't cut my paycheck.
Certain amount of time. Anybody can sit through these train wrecks deserves to be paid. No, they're not always train wrecks. They're just they're more fun when they're train wrecks. But yeah. Oh, diddly.
Uh, well, I appreciate that tip on the pressing seal, brother. I never even thought of that.
Me neither. I can't.
I've heard a lot of people saying that they use not pressing seal, but they use
paper.
shelf paper. I heard that before,
Yeah, Steve.
and supposedly it's works pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that. I don't really use painter's tape either. I just put straight onto the wood and use my mineral spirits to take it off.
That's, by the way, that's Russ's wife in the back with the squeaky toy.
Oh, you hear?
Yeah.
No, that's a dog. By God, my wife don't use the dog toys. Come on, Charles.
I was just trying to be funny there.
I
Sorry.
might take offense at that.
I'm sorry.
She might hit me and then have me hit you.
Well, if you hadn't said that so dang loud, she wouldn't have heard it.
The hell she wouldn't have. You don't know, man. She used to be able to read my mind. Now she puts whatever she wants in my head, I think.
It's like women got eyes in the back of their head and they can hear stuff we're barely whispering.
For sure.
I was kidding about the wife thing. I just figured, what the hell?
Mm-hmm.
Who was asking about Snapple earlier? I think it was John Cousins. He's asking, is it tea? Is it just flavored tea?
This particular one is peach flavored.
It's iced tea, though, right?
Yeah. And then I use the kiwi strawberry, which is just more juice, not tea. They don't have just tea.
When Snapple was back out in the 80s, didn't the lids have like sayings on them?
The small bottles still do.
Oh, do they?
But the bigger ones, this is a half gallon size. The quart,
He's like
1
me.
liter up, don't have any. But the hard caps do. These are plastic. They don't put them on that.
Yeah, we here in Texas, we drink out of big old containers.
My God, I've one of them little bitty bottles with a couple of sips and it's gone.
Yeah, it's like a shot glass.
I'm through. And I had to get another one. So
And it's
no,
funny 'cause Wes is from Texas too, and he drinks out of 2-liter Pepsis, and I'm here 2-liter Dr. Peppers. I believe I started a trend over here. Although
my God, we can't say too much about him. He drinks out of 2 liters, which is good, but he drinks that stinking Pepsi.
yeah,
Do you guys have Arizona iced tea down there?
Yeah, we do. I've had it once or twice, but I've got stuck on the Snapples one day when I was working and I needed something quick, and I found peach tea. So man, I like that stuff. So I've been on it ever since.
yeah, that's how it started with me. I wouldn't have a belly if it wasn't for Dr. Pepper.
Well, mine came from McDonald's, but I hate to tell you that.
Talking about food again.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we was heavy into it a while ago.
And
People don't know what mud bugs were. Down here, that's what they call 'em.
Okay.
Crawfish and mud bugs is what we see mostly.
And
They don't never call them crayfish, even though that's what they're supposed to be called. They
Oh,
don't call them that. They call them crawdads, crawfish, and mud bugs.
but
That's
not
the real slang.
but not the proper name of crayfish.
No, hell no. Nobody knows them by that.
I never heard them called mud bugs before tonight.
Oh,
maybe I
really?
just didn't
Yeah, that's
know.
where they come from, right out of the mud.
God.
They're gross.
My wife cannot stand them. You heard her say they're gross.
They're gross.
Good.
Well, she's from the north. She's
They are
from Wisconsin,
disgusting.
and they don't cook like we do down here anyway.
The only thing they're good for is when you're a kid, you can go out in the ditch and play with them.
Yeah. Chris Nealon says came back to a tea party, and then says half of zero is still zero paycheck. Yep.
That's true. That's what I get, and I'm not complaining.
Lauren Chalders says like my zero Sprite. Chris Nealon says I got soda
Oh,
2
doing
years
that
ago.
loud?
Almost never have it now. God, if I ever cut it, y'all would freak the hell out. As much
Hello,
as
Mrs. Meadows.
she can't hear. He's got headphones on.
She can't hear you, but she can. I told her so. Don't knock me in the noggin. Yeah, there it goes. Oh,
Well, when you say don't, that's usually an invitation.
yeah, she didn't need much, by God.
So, what he,
She don't need much to put a knot on my noggin.
he meant to say, please hit me in my head. I'm sure somehow I deserve it.
Well, you're probably right.
I think our gender influences that, but okay.
Chris said he cut out soda 2 years ago. Almost never have it now.
I already read
Nor do I, Chris, and my wife doesn't either. She used to drink Diet Coke like it was water, and now she doesn't drink it at all. She kind of quit pretty much cold turkey, slowed down, and then knocked it right out.
I
Now
wish
she
I-
drinks tea.
Believe it or not, tea. I love the hell out of tea. Tea gives me heartburn quicker than soda, believe it or not.
Probably.
I heard there's more caffeine in tea than there is in coffee.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it was the caffeine that was bothering her stomach, though. It was, well, I don't know what it was. There was
Yes.
something in it that she was getting her that Diet Coke was really getting to her. So
That's that aspartame in there.
more than likely, yeah. It's I just cannot. I get every time I would get a hold of some of hers by accident, and I know right away that it ain't mine. Oh God, it's horrible.
The only thing I don't like about Coke or Diet Coke is the aftertaste. That
Now, Coke is fine, but the aftertaste on the Diet Coke stays with me for days. I just can't get rid of it. Terrible.
yeah.
Is that your mascot, Russ?
I forgot to move the camera there. They're still here, folks. I just have the camera on the scroll.
Now you see there?
What?
That's my duck, huh? I didn't know it was there. And you guys talking about mascot. I know what the heck you're talking about.
I didn't either, and I already took you off camera. I'm plumb sorry.
Duck on my shoulder.
Duck
Yeah.
on my shoulder, monkey on my back.
Yeah. Well, these that go with her on every cruise she goes on. She hides them all over the boat,
Not me.
and people find them, and then they post pictures of
My sister.
they found them.
That's funny.
And it's a big deal now because she has to bring ducks every time we go. We went on a sort of a family cruise the last time. Her mother and stepdad and sister and a couple like that, sister-in-laws and my brother-in-law all went, and every one of them had ducks. Yeah, Lawrence, I got rubber ducky.
Rubber ducky.
Yeah, I didn't even know she stuck it on my shoulder. She's sneaky about that.
What though?
Did I mention I'll be glad when this one particular cut is done? Just saying.
But I don't think you did, Charles.
Hey, well,
I don't think you did it once. I think you might have done it more than once.
There's the big old cut.
I can't wait for it to just fall out.
Well, it has to be cut out in order for it to be able to fall out.
Exactly.
We're gonna get there.
Pardon me while I go muted so I can eat my chip and dip.
Hey,
Chip
damn
and
it.
dip.
Yeah, I got this Ruffles chips and some salsa con queso,
I hate you.
medium flavor,
In the
chip and
sweetest
dip.
way,
Oh,
I
this
hate
stuff
you.
is just enough hot that I can take it, but any more than this, and my eyes would be rolling in the back of my head.
I don't like hot.
I don't either. That's what I'm talking about. This is as far as I can go. Let me. I don't want to crunch in front of you.
I don't like that kind
You
of
also
heat.
can watch me eating it. I don't mind.
I don't like the kind of heat that when you breathe out, it burns your throat kind of thing.
I've been in a couple of situations that when I was still working, I'd be eating lunch with one of my coworkers and at a Mexican restaurant, and they bring you the chips and hot sauce. And
Fill up on
I've
that.
learned better not to even attempt it unless I have something to drink right there. But the last time I was with her, I scared the crap out of her because it was so hot and it caught me wrong. And I immediately went into an asthmatic attack. I couldn't breathe. It was like, it's just like a person that's having an asthma attack. They
Yeah.
cannot breathe.
Like,
And yes, just like that. And I had to go outside of the restaurant to get the wind in my face to try to calm down enough so I could get my breath back. And she said when I got back in, she said, "You scared the hell out of me." I said, "How you think it was on my end?"
that's funny, right
And
there.
I'm not a person that has asthma, but I've had it happen a couple of times with really hot stuff.
That's how
and
big that cut was.
It ain't good.
Okay, let's pull that camera back a little bit. Oh, that's how big that dang cut was.
Well, you might have saved a couple of ounces on that thing.
Yes, or something like that.
All right, I'm gonna crunch now.
Okay.
Chris Nealon just says the heat's worse than this when it comes out the other end.
Yes, sir. He's right. You get burned 2 times. I know that feeling. All right, crunch time.
Okay. Lordy moly, that
Looks
was a
like-
long.
It's looking good though.
Thank you. Okay, I'm running out of spaces to put my waste pieces. Well, we got another shelf here. Let's start a new stack. I can't believe it, how many dang blades I've been breaking.
I want to tell you something.
Uh-oh.
No, it's not bad.
Uh-oh.
But if you go to Izzy Swan, his YouTube channel,
Wow.
he just put up a video that he did a new set of cranes for his camera.
Huh.
And
Yeah, a bunch of gears and stuff.
not so much that it's not a hard build to make. I think he's going to have plans for it on his website, but it's easily, it works off a little swivel. It's got a little you just have to see it.
Well, from what
It's
I
really
remember
neat.
seeing as a picture, it looks pretty huge too.
But if it's all above you, you ain't got to worry about it.
Well,
And
I have a
it's
very,
quickly-
very low ceiling here.
I understand that, but it's quickly movable to get the different angles that you're looking for.
Yeah.
And then he just puts a little clamp on it and it clamps it so it cannot move.
But
Are you guys part of the Makers Playground?
I don't know if I still am.
I don't know.
I might be.
I think I was in too many groups and I didn't feel like joining it. But yeah,
Yeah, I was in it. I'm not sure if I still am, but I think I am.
what about it, Mr. Cousins?
Oh no, I was just saying because like that's his site now. So like he basically got away from Facebook, and he's basically just doing everything on his Maker Playground now.
I've been meaning to ask you for years. Why do you have John P.A. Cousins? Do you have 2 middle names?
No, because there's actually too many John Cousins in Canada.
Oh, well, get on out of there. Save yourself.
It's
So-
like Smith and Jones down here, right?
yeah, exactly. And
Rodriguez and Martinez.
so PA is actually my 2 middle initials for my middle name. I was named after both my grandfathers. So John Philip Cousins after my dad's father, and then John Arthur Murray after my mom's father.
None of my names are after anybody except for my last name. My middle name's Wayne. Y'all remember that because someday I may have a contest saying, "What's my middle name?"
Well, my name was named after Russ Clarity and also Charles Deering. So my name's Charles Russell, and I don't go by Charles, and I don't really go by Russell by too many people.
We should go by Charles. It's more friendly. Yeah.
I just get a kick out of how you two are basically you so Charles, Russ, and Russ Clarity are the only ones that call me John P.A. Cousins.
Well,
Oh, really?
I did that because that's what you go by, and I've seen that way for so long because there are more than one John, so I'll just say the whole name. But Aussie Man, I tend to call Aussie Man Bill instead of all the numbers after his Aussie Man. By the way, are we caught up in comments? Got 2 guys here that might be behind on them.
No, we're still good. We're all caught up.
Just checking. Thought I was going to have to take away some pay there.
No, like the chat crowd's pretty quiet right now because it's thinned right down and nobody almost.
Yeah, blab it. Okay, I'm about to get going again.
Yeah, because basically just the 3 of us and Chris and Lawrence.
Googly Moogly. Chris Nealon and Lawrence Aldridge.
Yep. See, you should actually go, Niantic River Woodcrafting, Chris Nealon, right?
Yeah. You should hear Russ Clarity try to say all that. He's not real good with names.
God, no. If there's a chance to booger it up, that man is going to do it.
He called Leonard Davis once Leonard.
Linhard. He calls him Linhard.
Good lordy.
I was in the chat room on Russ's show last week, I think it was, and he's like, "Oh, there's John P.A. Cousins."
Yeah, I tried to tell him. I said, I put it in the chat. It's Cousins.
That was funny. And Al Forte is like, "No, it's Cousins. I've always heard it Cousins. No, it's Cousins. Cousins."
Man,
I
Russ used to
spelt
get
it
mad
out
at me
Cousins in
when I
the chat.
Russ actually got mad at me once for correcting him, so I slowed down, but everybody else did it, and he wasn't mad at them.
Oh, he gets it from everybody on the panel now. Everybody gets him on that. It's always a joke now because it's funny because we know he's going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just a matter of time.
I'm waiting for John Smith to show up, and he calls him John Smythe.
I don't think that's going to happen.
You
You don't
never-
probably know anybody named Smythe.
Yeah, but I never would have dreamed to call him Leonard.
Nah, that's funny. That's funny. I look at that. How in the heck can you get that out of that? That's been Leonard ever since it was made.
Wooden's
Then
on
it
there.
says the answers to almost anything.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Except late for dinner. Like
Yeah,
I
don't
said.
call me late for dinner, by God.
What it's worth, John, he pronounces that wood Dan because his name is Dennis.
That's what I said. Wooden.
Okay.
No worse than calling Russ West.
You
Yeah,
got me on that
Charles.
one.
Yeah, Charles.
I haven't done it without Wes on the panel.
That's true. It only comes out of him when both Wes and I
And
are
I
on
don't
the
know
panel.
why. Dag nabbit.
I don't either. I can't figure that one.
Me
Of
neither.
course, I've told you that.
A lot of people call you Wes.
Oh, they do. Every time they ask my name in a restaurant, when they want your name, if I say Rusty, they say Wesley. I said no.
And they don't even sound anything alike. With me, it's
They
just
don't.
mixing y'all up.
How
They
do you
don't.
get Wesley out of Rusty?
Ain't no telling.
That's what they hear. It's all in what they hear.
They're idiots.
And if it's, I've had them do it to me in McDonald's. If it's loud, they hear what they think they hear. When they get Wesley every time. So normally I don't even bother trying to correct them anymore. I get tired of it.
Just
So
tell
when
them
they
your name
call
is
up an order
Bob.
for Wesley, I go up and get it.
Tell them your name is Bob. Boob, your order's ready. Boob.
Bobbert.
Bobbert. Giller.
It's even worse if I say my name is Russ. They say Wes. No, Russ. R-U-S-S. I've had to spell it a couple times, believe it or not.
If Russ Clarity's name wasn't Russ, I wonder if he would pronounce it Roost.
I've had some Nicaraguan guys that I used to work with before I came to the post office. That's what they would call it.
Roos?
Yeah, they call me Roos.
Roos Meadows.
Mm-hmm.
Meadows.
Till they learned who I was.
Yeah.
And it still had that little Spanish flair to it. So it's
Well,
funny.
In Texas, you got to have that Spanish flair.
Oh boy. But in my part, you got the Spanish, you got the Vietnamese, and you got the Cajun, baby.
Cajun.
Yeah. I was
There you
just gonna
go.
ask, is there a lot of different nationalities down where you guys are?
And not so much in his part, but in mine, yes. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like we get a lot of Filipinos in Hong Kong
Mhm.
and Cubans,
Yeah.
Nigerians, Nicaraguans,
Mm.
and like they try to speak English as best they can. It's hard to understand them most of the time,
Mm-hmm.
but as long as they use hand gestures, you can understand what they're talking about.
Go figure that one out.
Yeah. Well, like I said, before I went to work at the post office, I worked in the oil field, and we had a lot of Nicaraguans that came to work. They were hired to come to work for the company that I worked for, because at that time they were just starting to bring in the boatloads of Vietnamese from the countries. They were just starting to come to America. And for some reason or another, this company did not want to have a bunch of Vietnamese over there.
Well, probably because of the Vietnam War.
Yeah, well, it was well after that, but they just had something against it for some reason. So to get around it, they hired a bunch of Nicaraguans. And I think it was because of nationalities and stuff. They could trade one for another or something along them lines. Anyway, there's a bunch of them that came to work there, and I got to know quite a few of them. And they could speak fairly decent English, but it had that flair with it. That you knew they were Spanish.
And a lot of them have that Nguyen last name, Win.
Oh, Win, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I work with the post office has several Vietnamese families working there.
Lawrence is leaving.
Hi, Lawrence.
Bye, Lawrence.
We love you, Lawrence.
Night, buddy.
Oh my.
Well, there's a lot out here.
Oh yeah, but see, where I live in Southeast Texas, it's almost on the border of Southwest Louisiana.
Well, that makes sense.
There's a lot of Cajun influence on this area. A lot of Cajun influence.
I guarantee. Gonna tell
Oh,
you
boy,
what.
yeah.
It's like-
If I get amongst the mess of them folks, you wouldn't know that I wasn't one. Except the
I-
fact that I can't speak French.
I
But
live
can
on
sound like I do.
the western border of Alberta, which is close to the eastern border of BC, right? So there's a lot of mountain folk over there.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, I know you speak French.
No, I don't speak French, but I can translate French. I can translate French and German, but I don't speak them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where I got the rumor that you spoke French was from.
I told him because
Yeah,
I heard you
Just
speak it
spreading
before.
rumors everywhere about everybody else.
Yeah, man, I know it's my big deal. I can't help it.
He's the one that kept your glad presence seal a secret too. He said, "Oh, you don't know what he's talking about.
I never said nothing of the kind on that one. That was new to me.
He's
Well, it's
Canadian. Don't listen to him."
It's like all my my stack cutting secrets too. My stack cutting secrets that I won't tell anybody either.
Hey,
Now you got them on the edge of their seat.
I believe it's
If there was
stat
too
cutting.
many more left, you would really have some of them.
Did you already tell us your stat cutting secret?
No.
I thought you did. Then
Might have been a couple years ago.
I meant tonight. I thought you talked about you just use thinner wood or something.
My tattooing wood.
Oh, hell, I don't keep up. So what's your stat cutting secret, sir?
Well,
can't tell
you. Secret.
Well, so was your present seal.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's hardly anybody on here now. Okay, I'll tell you guys, but it's a secret. No, it's secret only.
Well, yeah, it's better off not being known if not many people are watching.
So, thing is, when you're stack cutting stuff, always try and have them all the same size. Now you can stack cut 4, 5, 6, depending on how thick you're cutting. Because a typical scroll saw will cut 2 inches thick, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, if you're cutting 1/16 or 1/8 or even 1/4 inch, easiest way to do it is with a stapler.
What? You mean
Yeah.
holding it together?
Yeah.
Well, I use brad nails, but yeah.
So, but most people just have staplers. The stapler's quicker.
Yeah.
Or drill a 1/16 hole, put wooden toothpicks in,
Aha.
and just tap them in. Double-sided carpet tape, hot glue, or nail gun.
I hadn't heard the toothpick and one, but I've heard the other ones.
Because if you use toothpicks, you can stick them anywhere in your waist areas and don't have to worry about them.
You can also steer with them if you choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that one wasn't a secret, but we'll let you think it was. I'm kidding. The toothpicks is the only one I hadn't heard, but I've heard about the hot glue and the other stuff. I use brad nails for my stuff. Any activity in the chat there?
No.
Little stinky. I'm just kidding. Bunch of people saying bye to Lawrence. All right. We're done doing the humongous cuts for now.
We're on that chat ball, buddy. Don't worry about it. We got you.
I'm sorry for doubting you fellers. I suck.
Yeah, you suck.
Trying to find places to steer with.
See, I don't mind hanging out with you guys. The only problem is it cuts into my cutting time so bad.
I'm terribly sorry. And sorry is Canadian for sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
Woodgun said he's having to go, and Randy says 23 gauge pin nailer works good. Chris Nealon said he's still listening.
Yay.
Yeah, Canadians got to be the most apologetic culture around.
I've heard that.
We're so apologetic. We say sorry for everything, even if we don't do anything wrong.
Well, that's married men do that.
We'll hold doors open for people, even though there's nobody standing there waiting to go in. Oh, sorry.
That's funny. Now, I've never held one for nobody being there, but I do hold doors open.
I'll hold it, and then I'll turn around and look, and nobody's coming. I'll let it go, but I do that all the time.
It's all in the way. It's all in the way you're raised, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was raised that way, but I don't do it when nobody's there.
Well, you don't know if they're there until
Well,
you turn and look.
I turn around right as I'm opening it.
Force a habit.
And if nobody's there, I don't hold it open because I'll not be in the next week, blah, blah.
The neighbors don't need to know our business. Close those streets.
That's what I'm talking about. That's one I still use today.
That's funny right there.
Wow, I'm sitting here looking around my shop at all the projects I got half done and what I got to finish up. And I got such a mess on my floor.
Oh, God, you haven't seen my shop. Good googly moogly. What? We haven't hit 8 hours. Okay, it tells me on Facebook.
No, it says 3 hours, 40 minutes.
Yeah, here I got a big pink box that says we're having trouble streaming to Facebook. Is it possible the stream is ended or deleted on Facebook? Please check Facebook to ensure it looks okay. We keep trying, blah, blah, bull stank. Well, that never happens. Usually when I hit 8 hours, that's when it cuts off on YouTube. Facebook. Okay, Dennis has left us. Sorry, Dennis. Randy Bosheen.
John Bradley says, nice tip on the toothpick idea. Thank you very much.
Very good tip there.
It was.
You're welcome, John. Oh, and by the way, so if because toothpicks are free, doesn't matter. You go to the dollar store, they're $1,000 for $1, right?
Then they're not free.
Well, if you go to the restaurants, they're free, and they're mint flavored too.
I was trying to be funny. I think it's best to have teeth to use a toothpick.
Yeah, you can't pull nothing on that John P.A. Cousins.
He diddly.
And also, if you're not going to cut them right away, you can still drill your hole through. Tap your toothpick in, just trim the ends off, and if you want, you can just put glue in there too.
Well, looky there.
Mm-hmm.
I know your stack will say that for years.
Let me ask you on your tip, John, about the hot glue.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When that dries, does it have an opportunity to pull apart small fret cuts if you're pulling them apart?
You're basically going to put it on your waist areas, and I usually use a paint scraper or a drywall putty knife, right?
Right.
Just stick it between, and you can actually peel it right off.
Okay. I was wondering because I was thinking that rubber cement might be something that could be used if that was the case.
Oh, I wouldn't use rubber cement. Rubber cement will actually adhere your layers of plywood together.
We didn't want
Rubber cement will.
I bumped my stupid camera. Now I gotta. Hopefully it's reset in the right spot. I don't care.
Yeah, Herb says we learn something new every day.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I was told that growing up, if you don't learn something new every day, your day is wasted.
Well, I waste a lot of days then because I sleep and I don't learn a damn thing when I'm sleeping. Except for how much I love sleeping. Unless my bladder says, "Wake up! You ain't gonna get a full night's rest." I don't think so. Welcome to getting older.
Oh yeah. Also, John, you're gonna want to use the round toothpicks, not the flat ones. You never know.
That's why I had to tell people that Detroit was in Michigan because not everybody knows that.
Where else would Detroit be?
Well, I mean, people overseas don't know everything about everything. Just saying. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm referring to the U.S. as, you know what the hell I mean.
Well, I don't know because we've got a China, Texas, and we've got a Paris, Texas.
We got a Venus, Texas.
Yeah,
We got a dildo, Newfoundland.
really.
Newfoundland has the weirdest names: Conception Bay, the dildo, Paradise. Oh yeah.
That's so troubling. I
Oh
want
man,
to keep it family friendly, but he's not being unfamily friendly.
he's
No.
being truthful.
It's geography. Like you can look it up. Like
Yeah, in Texas, we have oatmeal, we have cut and shoot.
Yeah, I go through there quite often.
wow, oatmeal.
And
We got a Reno. We got a Reno, Alberta, just down the road here.
googly moogly. Welcome back, Hardinell Media.
Mexico and Cuba, Missouri. Wow, really?
Did not know that. We're learning all kinds of crap tonight that's absolutely useless, but we're learning.
Well, actually, you know, at our shop, we get a lot of it. We get a lot of stuff shipped up here from Grand Prairie, Texas.
Roy, that's only like an hour and a half from me, if that long.
But the thing is that our Grand is spelled with an E on the end, so it's Grande Prairie. And I don't know how UPS actually delivers stuff up here from down there, like because it's like, okay, it's supposed to be in Grand Prairie, Texas, and this is Grand Prairie, Alberta.
Oh, so you say it's supposed to be delivered to Grand Prairie, Texas,
Yeah,
and it goes to y'all?
up here.
Ugly. That's
My
pretty.
God, that's that big old ugly brown truck, and they don't know any
Yes,
better.
that's that UPS. I don't know about that. They got nothing UPS, USPS, right?
Oh man, yeah, can't knock my old day job.
Yeah.
We've done some stupid stuff, but I've seen the big brown truck on when I had walking routes. I've seen the big brown truck stop and drop off package to vacant houses, set it on their porch, and leave. And I look at him and I said, "You idiot! You can't even see that house is vacant."
And
And
in the back,
I
of
have to
the
call.
saying Christmas.
I call him up. I say, "Hey, look, call my supervisor. Hey, call the UPS office and have him come pick his package up. That house has been vacant for years."
Steve Arnell put a hashtag on there. I don't know if he's
That's
listening
his
or
way
he's
of letting us know he's here.
Oh, I just lost the chat. He'll come back.
Yeah, that's Arnell Media is Steve Neal, and that's his way of letting us know he's here.
Now,
I used to
Mexico
think it
and
was him
Cuba.
biting his tongue. Go ahead.
Mexico and Cuba, Missouri. Now that is weird. I've seen Mexico Beach in Florida, but you know they got some weird names down there too. But crazy names.
Yes, sir.
I went to a package to Egg Harbor.
Hey, Ross, I got a question for you about the USPS there. So, how is it you can ship anything to the lower 49 for the same price?
48. Go ahead.
Whatever, 48.
48.
Obama, 57 states. Go ahead.
But
Okay.
and it costs the same to ship to Alaska,
Okay, Patrick.
but yet to cross into to ship something to Canada, it costs an extra $13. But yet, if you're shipping something from Texas to Alaska, it's the same price from shipping it from Florida to LA, right?
You know, I don't know all that. I was a carrier. I didn't have to think about all that.
Oh, tell
I
me.
just delivered what they told me to drop off.
Yeah. You hear about that guy that busted with a bunch of mail in his storage?
Oh man, you know I get those things all the time. That people know I work at the post office. They'll send me something. Even my coworkers or former coworkers, they they send me the stuff that I say. I hear it all the time. It's crazy.
Hey, Russ, Pat wants you to send him a link there.
I'm in the process right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got it. Okay, I sent it.
While y'all are doing that, I'll see if I can find the stupid pilot hole.
Yeah, Patrick, I haven't seen him in forever.
$48.
You haven't missed much.
So how many states are there? There's 52 states though total, right?
50. Well,
50.
Puerto Rico is sort of. I don't know how Puerto Rico works, but to my knowledge, unless something's changed, we're at 50 states. I don't know. Where are we, Russ? He might be muted. Oh, we just.
Was muted.
I don't know why y'all popped
Still
up like
50.
that.
Because you want to see our pretty faces.
I mean, I didn't even hit the button, so of course, I guess when Patrick gets in here, it'll throw him on there too.
Oh man.
Hey,
That'll let me
is he
stall a
probably
little
there,
bit.
Charles?
He is not. Unless I bump the camera. I think you're just drunk.
Hey.
Just kidding. Yes. Yes.
Patrick wants to know if Nick Ferry can get in.
As long as we keep it family friendly. I don't
Nick.
know. Yeah, that's
All
the only
right.
Nick I know. As long as we keep it family friendly, I have no issues with anybody. I haven't talked to
Bring it
Nick
down
in
there.
forever. Not yet.
You see, well, I sent him the link.
Not yet.
Rusty.
His wife called him Rusty. Apparently, she doesn't know he goes by Russ. We should tell her.
It's Russell.
I haven't talked to Nick Ferry in for freaking ever.
Wow, if Nick's coming on. I better bring my table saw sled over and put it behind me here so you can see it.
I need somebody to build me one. I ain't smart enough to.
Yeah, I built that off his plans, and then his 45 angle miter sled attachment for it. And
By the way, Russ, your audio video is ever so slightly lagging. Not to the point where we can't hear you, just not matched up. And you're muted right now if you're trying to talk. I think you are. Yes, you're muted.
He's eating chips.
Oh,
You're telling me mine is lagging. I'm hearing yours.
oh crap. Well,
No,
I mean,
Which
You're
one's
coming
lagging?
through fine on
Me or
mine.
you?
you, hopefully. No offense.
Who is? Me or him?
You. Hey, no issues with John, but yours a little bit choppy, but I mean,
I hear John fine, but you're choppy.
yeah,
I sent him- I
I'm
sent
seeing your
him
mouth
the
move
link,
before you.
and,
I don't know, but neither one of them is here yet.
I just seen a post saying Sterling Davis is hanging out with his boy Nick Ferry.
Way up there in Wisconsin, or Nick Ferry is traveling.
Gotta love the interweb, eh?
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Well,
People from all over the country. Look at there.
I know the second I go to start cutting, they're going to jump on, waiting to get in.
Oh, I'm sure you can take a couple more days to do that, though, Charles.
Yeah.
Well, if they buy even more after that,
Yeah. When I first started, or I don't know if it was when I first started doing YouTube, I looked up woodworking bloopers, and at the time, Nick Ferry had a blooper reel, and I said, "Man, me and him are way too much alike," and that's how me and him connected. The rest is history. I haven't talked to him in forever. Go figure. Well, I guess I'm gonna start scrolling till they pop up. Put it back on. Take off them pretty faces so people don't run off. Just kidding. Herb Hooper says Rush looks like one of those Chinese movies. So okay, it's lagging on Herb Hooper.
Herb,
now Herb, I
you're
take
watching
offense
the
at that.
That's funny right there.
Well, I can try to come back. If it's me, I'll try to come back in again.
I'm afraid if you leave, you won't come back.
I'm on what happens.
Okay. But you have to wait till I'm done with my cut to let you back in. He is officially gone. And after this cut, I'll let him back in if he pops up. This blade's getting pretty dull. Just a second, Russ, if that's you. Yeah, that's Russ. Just, what the hell. Welcome back, sir.
Am I still lagging?
I guess I should, let me turn off the saw.
No, you look pretty clear now.
I thought
Say
I
something.
looked clear before.
No, the audio and video is not synced
Hello,
up. You're not choppy.
everybody.
His audio skipped a
You're
little
choppy.
bit there, and his audio video is not synced up. I'm not choppy.
Mine?
Stop it. Yes, yours. Probably your router,
Yeah,
man.
but,
I don't know.
That's probably wrong with that. Might be the
Yeah.
computer.
Which Steve? Oh, these Steve. Steve Nealon?
Oh.
Appreciate you. I don't know why I said which Steve. It's about the only Steve that... We got a couple Steves that come in here, but appreciate you being here,
We
Mr.
got a
Nealon.
couple Steves, yeah.
Yeah. Really?
Patrick said he's with Sterling too. All of y'all, let me see if they're all together.
As much as I love those fellers, I hope we keep it family friendly because I will time out a feller.
All right,
And-
well,
but all
I
of them
just sent
are-
him a message.
I
I
didn't
just
mean
sent a
to
message
imply they're
asking
not
if they're all
family
together. Right.
I don't know about those three. They're kind of rocket rousers, rabble rousers.
Right. Stop that. I can't get him to stop.
And I didn't mean to imply that they're not family
don't
friendly.
worry. He said, Patrick says, tell Chuck, don't worry. I told him to keep it family friendly.
Some people see that as a challenge.
Challenge accepted.
That's friendly in my family. One time Dale Kirkwood cussed and he said, here in the UK, that's not a cuss word. Well, Sparky, this is a Charles Deering live stream, just saying. Oh. But I will say, if anybody is not family friendly, that's not on Patrick. It's just whoever does it, I will have to do whatever. All right, let me get over there. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Patrick Curtis at Patrick's Workshop. What's up, G?
How you doing, scrollers?
Pretty
Hey,
good.
Bob.
Patrick's
Can't
Workshop.
see, man.
Cam.
How's everybody doing?
Doing all right. How
Hey,
you
you look
doing
like a
over
ghost.
there?
I'm doing good. It's been you want to look like a ghost?
Our
Yeah, you
Pat-
got a lot of light on your face there.
Oh,
is Nick and Sterling in the same place?
yeah. I'm shooting them the link right now. Hold on.
I really hope they're family friendly. And
I
God,
told them to be.
and 9 times out of 10 they are, folks. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know how much fun they're having. Sometimes it's fun to derail things. Okay, we have another thumbnail just popped up, and I got to get down there to get it. Okay, if I can find the stupid thing, there it is. We have Mr. Nick Ferry.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing? I forgot what you look like. It's been so long.
Yeah, it's been a moment, hasn't it?
Just a little, last time I talked to you, you was laying in bed with a sore back.
Yep. I couldn't walk for about 5 weeks, close to.
What'd you do that for?
I don't know.
Is Sterling there with you?
At my house?
Well, I heard some rumor that y'all were together.
Yeah, we were just gonna hang out, and that's why I figured we'd come over and be on your show, your Scroll Saw show. We were just talking about Scroll Saw, so perfect.
Neato. Yeah, I piddle with a scroll saw every now and then.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Did you ever get your son
Oh.
into it? I know you were talking about it.
I just thought of something. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to steal the show, but I wanna show that Scroll Saw portrait you did for me.
Yeah, that's I don't even know how to get you only on the screen. Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Well, I don't.
Because I got it right in front of me, and I don't want to be.
Okay, just a sec. I got to let Mr. Davis in.
It's really cool.
Hello, Mr. Sterling Davis.
Hey, Charles, how you doing, buddy?
Going all right. Good to see you. Big God,
Good to see you.
it's a big old dysfunctional family reunion, and I say that with pride. You're gonna have to hold it up really close, Nick, because there's
Okay.
50,000 people in here now. That's been a long time ago. That's Mr.
Wow,
Nick
that
Perry
was
right
a
there.
long time ago.
Or was it? Yeah, it's like this that I know.
Yeah, it was the way his profile picture looks on YouTube, unless he changed it. Well, that's been a long time, by God. You were leaning the wrong direction, Nick.
I know these screens are mirrored, and I have no idea which way's up. So
Yeah, I'm trying to. Okay, that enlarged everybody a little bit. But all right.
Where'd Russ go?
Dag nabbit. I didn't even realize he dropped off.
I don't even know how this operates.
I barely do. And
I've never been on this before. They changed how the live YouTube thing works.
yeah, they stopped doing Google Hangouts for live. Now I'm using something called StreamYard, and I think the most it allows is 6 people.
Okay.
And I don't think it allows me to make one person the full screen other than me. I don't know how.
I think
If
it
there's-
does. I'm just not sure of the options. I don't have the control board.
Yeah, I don't. All it gives me is 3 dots, and it lets me either time somebody out or kick him out or ban him. I mean, and that's all I know how to do.
Man.
So y'all be good, all right?
Oh, I got to turn around my my thing here.
And Sterling, you just either had a birthday or an anniversary or something like that, didn't you? No, that was Valentine's Day.
Technically, a birthday is an anniversary of your birth.
You're right. That was actually, I was thinking, it was actually Valentine's Day that he was showing posts about from his wife. That's what it was.
I did post a Valentine gift that was presented to my wife. Yes.
We lost Russ again. I thought you said something like I don't know what's private, what's not, but I thought you posted a picture your wife gave you like a trifecta or something. I don't.
What's a
No,
trifecta?
that was I posted on Instagram. I gave my wife some flowers, some chocolate, and some moonshine.
Oh, well, I thought it was yours since the moonshine was there. I didn't know. We haven't talked in a while.
No, they're all 3 have a purpose. All three were effective, and we'll keep it family friendly. So we'll leave it at that.
By God, romance in the air. John Bradley says, Charles, where do you get your maple plywood? I get it from West Balco. It works he has Ace Hardware and Lumber there in Pearland, Texas, and that's where I get my maple plywood from. Travis Kelly, watching over on Facebook, and thank you for the question. John, Travis Kelly says, I've looked into 1/8 maple ply. Hard to find. Most times it's a special order. Yes, sir. The 1/8 is narrower or thinner than I usually use, but yeah, I could stack cut more.
So, how much Baltic birch do you use, Charles?
I almost use none of it because to me the grain is too boring. I mean, it's popular with scrollers because there's a good contrast and it's friendly for cutting, but I just think it looks too boring. I like just enough subtle grain on the maple ply. Probably costs more, but I guess I'm just stubborn. But yeah,
No, I get your concept. I use a lot of the Baltic birch, but I'll use the weathered Minwax stain to offset the grain pattern. It helps a lot, I think, with the texture. But the 1/8 inch, I can do a lot of 3-stack cutting. I'm sorry.
no problem. That's one benefit to the Baltic birch, especially the 1/8, that you can cut like 5 thick or so, and it's not that much. I have little pieces just out of reach of me, and I'm not organized enough to get back to it. or why not be honest, my shop is too much of a mess.
Apparently, I can't talk that well tonight, and I apologize.
No, that's all right. People are used to that from me, especially when I try to say breaking blades. I tend to say blaking braids, but man, we've had some severe train wrecks going on here. I mean, when me and Russ Meadows get to giggling and me and West Balco get to giggling, y'all seen me when I'm low on sleep and the littlest thing can be funny and I'm crying and laughing so hard, but that tends to be what a lot of people seem to like. Can't have it going too mature for too long.
I really like a lot of the live streaming you're doing is a lot more active, it's a lot more interactive, and you're doing more of it than usual, and I like that. So keep doing that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Now I know y'all, among most people, know that it's not all about subscribers, but it really just surprised me. Now I know that it's not for everybody, because even if you like scrolling, it can be like watching paint dry. But I lost 30 subscribers in no time. But they're ticking back up a little bit. But the reason why I looked at that is because I look for trends. But I have too much fun doing these live streams because I love the personal interaction with people in the chat. I mean, just as y'all well know, it's more, well, I can't speak for y'all, but to me, it's more fun interacting in real time than just responding to comments later.
You said you like trends. What, like, out of the most recent stuff, or maybe in the near past, what do you think you've done that? Like, have you done like Kanye West? I don't know who's popular. I'm not a pop culture.
I'm not either. I've been doing most of what I like, to be honest with you.
Kobe
well, there you
too,
go.
bro.
Now, I don't know if, what was that, Patrick? You're talking on the wrong mic, I think.
Oh, you did. Hold on.
Sounds slightly muffled.
Yeah, you're really quiet.
But you do a lot of interaction with your people that are watching and ask, hey, what do you want to see? What do you want to see cut? What do you want to see pattern wise? So you really are more interactive friendly when it comes to the people that are viewing your channel, which is a good thing because it's people that are viewing you.
Yeah, and I try to be. I mean, I don't know how to make, let me put if y'all don't mind, I'm going to put the camera on me real quick and I'll show you something. What I've done on past live streams is I'll print out a bunch of page size patterns saying, okay, what do y'all want to see next, this and that, and people will pick the order they want to see things. So that's the best I can do as far as doing what people want to see, at least as far as voting off of what I've gotten printed out. I mean, somewhere in the stack we have a John Lennon and Beatles. I did a Jimmy DiResta a while back because, as Nick knows, a long time ago I started that, never finished it. We finally finished that, but
I'm a little disheartened you hadn't done a Sterling Davis yet, but that's okay.
because believe it or not, same with I'm trying to figure out the layout here. Same thing with Patrick. I can't find good enough pictures of y'all because
It's like the Brady Bunch. Be like, I point this way.
yeah.
Let me stop you there. There will be no Patrick scroll saw cutting.
Okay. By the way, that's John Cousins. I don't know if y'all met him or not. He's up in Canada.
That's
Yeah, I
John's
remember,
cousin.
I think.
John.
Oh,
Cousins.
John.
Oh, I thought you said that's John's cousin. Like, who's John?
And I didn't call him John P.A. Cousins like I usually do.
John's cousin, he left the other day there.
Oh,
He was ooting a boot.
he was ooting a boot.
Ootin' the boot, that's
Out
funny
the
right
boot.
there.
No, I mean, like, have you ever tried, like, I know a real popular singer is like Billie Eilish.
Oh, that
Yep.
girl? Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you did a pattern and a scroll sawing of something like that, if it would resonate more or whatever with the kind of a younger crowd, or if there
I
would be
think-
more search. I don't know.
I think the topic would, and as Sterling has told me 20 million times, simpler cuts might appeal to people, but or more so simpler patterns than simple cuts. But yeah, I mean, I believe Billie Eilish and all these other popular singers may attract people for that particular project, but I think in general keeping them on the channel might be a gamble. I'm guessing.
I don't discredit that from what he's saying when I'm saying simpler cuts. I don't mean that in any disrespect.
I know that. You meant business wise. I'd probably get more sales if I had more.
Well, okay. Well, this is just about any creative person, any artist.
Yeah.
They don't value what they do as a talent, but you're a talented scroll sawyer. So what you think is kind of, this is no biggie. Beginners and intermediate are going like, oh my God, that's too many cuts. And so I agree with Sterling. I've seen your videos to where you're like, okay, I'm going to do this pattern in like 3 different levels as you draw it.
Yeah, and I need to do that more. And I took it the way you meant it, Sterling, because I was referring to low pattern sales. You said, well, if you put simpler patterns out there, you'd get a broader audience, and that's not wrong. But it's actually literally harder for me to simplify a pattern than it is to do detail, because I can't see the detail and leave it out.
Yeah, I can understand that because your attention to the detail of the pattern that you're trying to do, I get that 100%. I do.
Yeah.
It's just trying to find that happy medium between the two and what you want to do to relate to your audience and relate to what would sell. I get that. I do. I really do.
Well, somewhere in there is my stubbornness, because to me it's boring to cut something with not a lot of detail. That's just my own preference. But if it is coming down to sales, I have to, what's the
Well,
word? Swallow my pride.
no. It's not about your pride. It's about honestly, I'm gonna say this, and I'll say this on the defense of. I guess it would be a matter of pride, because when you come to the conclusion of how you design a pattern and how a certain person will cut that pattern, it's based off of how detailed the pattern is.
Yeah.
So you're very detailed in your patterns. I've always told you, and I'm not no secret. This is no secret between you and me. I
Yeah.
love you and I love your work. I've cut your work. I appreciate your work. You designed the Billy Graham portrait for me for right after his death. Phil, I'm being sincere when I'm telling you that means that Billy Graham, the elder and the young Billy Graham, that was probably the two most greatest portraits that you have ever done that I have recreated.
I appreciate that. Well, I love you like a brother too, but all of y'all, I mean, some of my dang closest friends, I tell you what, we got a lot of memories. Go ahead.
But by saying that, really, when it comes to scroll sawing and people are trying to learn the concept of what really scroll sawing is, that simplicity factor of it comes a long way.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I need, and again, you and others have told me this for years. It's so hard for me to change, and I know I need to. If it comes down to a broader audience and more sales and this and that, I guess I'm stubborn in that sense, for lack of a better word. I'll sit there and whine in one corner, and then the obvious is right there. Go ahead, John.
I do know that like most of the YouTube guys out there, like Patrick and Nick and Sterling, when you guys do your projects, you're orientated more to your personal projects that you're doing rather than the audience itself. And I know that by having a separate moderator like me and Russ on Charles's shows and interacting with the rest of the audience as well, are helpful and knowledgeable in other aspects of stuff and everything else. But I know Sterling, what you're talking about is the detail. And I know that when I started scrolling, I saw Charles's patterns. I'm like, whoa, that's like totally intense. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. And then, lo and behold, I go to the store and I find this book, Wildlife Portraits by Charles Deering. And
I know that, dude. Sorry.
And everything in here is basically geared from beginner to advanced in a matter of 30 patterns. And then I know that some patterns I'll take and I'll do them, and I find them simplistic, so I'll just add more detail to them. And like Nick's table saw slit, like I'll add extra rails to it, and I'll add extra knobs and stuff where I need them at to customize it for myself. Just off your idea, right?
Yeah. And by the way, Charles, I bought your book, and then you were supposed to be at a thing one time, like a woodworking event, and I bought it for you to sign, and you still need to sign it.
That picnic thing y'all did a while back, I think, is when we were supposed to hook up. And
yeah.
By the way, Russ Meadows is back, and he loves to give me crap about not giving him a chance to talk, because I can't get a word in edgewise. But also, welcome back, Russ. It being dark behind you, I'm guessing your wife is done working in the room. But also, I never gave Nick or Sterling a chance to talk about their channels and what they do. If y'all would like to do that, or not.
I was
dead air right there.
Trying to be a good guest. I was muted.
Well, I wasn't trying to overpower anybody there. I'm just happy. We were just hanging out, and we saw you were live, and we're like, I wanted to say hi to Charles. I love you, buddy. You are an inspiration to me. Me and you have been friends for a long time.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't change a thing.
And you have shown me a lot of. You've taught me a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
I appreciate that.
You've gone a long way as far as pattern making and things that I have not explored, and I appreciate. And I exploit you a great deal when it comes to people ask me all the time, where do you get this pattern? How do you make this pattern? I refer them always to Charles Deering.
I appreciate that very much, and I adore all. I mean,
and I hope you see that, because I mean that sincerely.
I do, and I deeply appreciate it. A lot of the guys in this group right now like to give me crap because I get all mushy about friendships, but I adore the hell out of friendships. I cherish them. So if I think there's any tension, it messes with me, depending on who it is. I mean, y'all know a couple that I could care less about anyway. But
well, no, but that's the thing. Me and you personally have been in heated battles between each other in words and things that have been said. But you know what?
Good friendships get through it.
It's in love and friendship, and I appreciate that. I have no hard feelings at all.
I don't either. I mean, good friendships heal over that stuff. I'm seeing stuff in the private chat that I didn't see a second ago.
Yeah, nobody can see that but us. So.
Yeah.
But no, I appreciate what you're giving for the community. I appreciate what you're doing throughout, especially with scroll sawing. I just think that's a lost art that you are just. I'm just gonna be honest, and I love you. You're over detailed. You need to simplify.
I know. You've been telling me that for years. I'm just real stubborn.
Okay, but you also, I mean, as a person that likes to go out in your shop, Sterling, you have to respect that Charles wants to challenge himself day to day.
Yeah, you're right. But
we're just saying once in a while, dial it back to kind of beginners. You know what I mean?
I'm not telling him to dial back because of him. I'm telling you, he's badass. Charles, and I apologize.
That's okay. I mean, this ain't the romper room. That's fine.
I just mean that. I mean it in a faction as that you are very detailed in what you do when you create your scroll saw patterns, and I respect that more than you know.
I appreciate that.
I think you're and honestly, when people ask me, I get this question more than anything: who designs your scroll saw patterns? When it comes to portraits, 9 times out of 10, it's Charles Deering. I have went to Charles Deering, and he has created this pattern for me. You need to talk to him, and hopefully that's sending people your way. I
don't always know who gets sent by who, but I deeply appreciate it. I mean, some people, and I'm not whining here. Some people don't want to pay for the I don't want to call it privilege. Y'all know me. I hate it when I sound arrogant. The privilege of having me design a design for them. Some people don't want to pay what I'm asking, but it is what it is. But I appreciate the referrals. By the way, real quickly, Sterling Davis goes by Sterling Davis's Woodcrafts on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram.
Yep, Sterling's Woodcrafts.
He's been around for quite a while. He doesn't just do scrolling, but he's not afraid to go back into scrolling and tell people. You know, I believe. And y'all know me, guys. I love y'all to death, but I suck at keeping up with the videos. But one of the last ones I saw from you, you were answering viewer questions. And, sometimes going back to the basics doesn't hurt. Nick Ferry, God love you. I haven't seen one. I'm terrible at keeping up with people, but Nick Ferry, don't you just go by Nick Ferry?
On YouTube, I mean, and then on Instagram, it's Nick Ferry Builds because that one was taken or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I go by the Charles Deering. I have so many things as Charles Deering was taken. I don't want people thinking, oh, he's so arrogant, the Charles Deering, huh? Real quickly, I forgot what my point was.
Wait, hold on. What just happened there? There's like a green screen when he took a drink.
Yeah, there's like a green screen background, and this is Sprite, right? So it's like.
It's green.
So like a green bottle on the green screen background.
Oh, you're not even in your shop.
No, I am in my shop. This is my real shop.
Then I don't understand why the bottle's acting weird.
I want to go grab a green screen now.
What? I don't get it. How?
Like it's a regular Sprite bottle, like sea Sprite.
But
Is
why
it-
is it orange?
He has the green screen thing clicked on his tab. On
There's
the
a
out-
green, yeah,
Yeah.
the green screen on the
I'm
the
actually looking at Russ Meadows.
streamer thing.
Russ being so quiet.
Because he'll tell you I can't get a word in.
I can't get a damn word in edgewise. I mean, when one of y'all stops, the other picks right up, and I didn't get a chance to catch a
He
breath.
don't even know he's muted.
Okay,
I'm not muted.
you got good. Okay, everybody, try to give him good 5 minutes. See what he can talk about.
I have nothing. I am in awe of the talent that's in his room.
Well, you're among them, dude.
Now,
Oh God, give
No.
yourself some credit.
I'm the least talented guy in this room.
He's literally talking like it's if we
Hey, my hat got the green screen right now.
Yeah, even on Patrick's hat's doing it.
Y'all
And,
can't hear me?
Yeah.
hear you.
Well, evidently Sterling can't hear me.
No, you can't.
Sterling, have you
Did
been hitting
cut
that
your
moonshine?
beard, Charles?
What was that?
Nick.
Did you cut your beard?
Uh-oh, there's his green screen.
I,
Look
I,
out.
I took off the brown part of it because I looked homeless.
You can do blue or green, Nick. It doesn't matter which one.
Nick,
So, do I gotta click something to make it work, or what do I?
On the bottom where it says cam mic,
Yeah, you have a green screen option on
and
the
then
cam
click on the
mic.
green screen option on that page.
I don't have anything green near me.
There you go.
How cool is that, dude? I don't have any green screen stuff, so
You just gotta hang
I
that
gotta
up.
hold it though. That's the sad
Well,
thing.
lean it against you. When you put that down, lean it against you.
Oh, okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and then basically you can upload any photo for your green screen and just have it behind you.
By the way, we have 9 people watching. If anybody has any comments or questions for anybody on the panel, feel free to throw them out there.
you got 9 people watching. It's 1:30. It's 1:15.
What is Patrick doing?
They're all
I
in.
no, I don't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just saying it's 1:15 on East Coast time.
Yeah, it's a little after midnight here. Well, around this time, we tend to get a lot of. I've had people from Brazil, Egypt, Germany.
UK.
Yeah, UK. UK is 6 hours. What are you holding up there, Patrick?
I'm just holding up blue stuff.
See, that's how we roll around here. We play with them green screens. That's funny right there.
I
Hey,
got
Nick,
I got
Nick's inside of his house now. Wow.
Hey, that's what he's playing with.
the green screen's falling down.
I was just looking for blue stuff to hold up. This is pretty neat. I got it on the
I
blue
see
one.
the Dr. Pepper.
Mhm.
Herb Hooper says, "All right, don't be time to start asking for tickets." And what he means by that is when we say tickets, please, it's referring to a train wreck, but it's always a fun thing. John
Yeah, we
Bradley.
go off the rails sometimes.
This could be a train wreck, Charles.
I've never played with green screen before. This is pretty awesome, actually.
I could sip that stuff and be drunk.
I'll tell you one thing. I promise you that. I had 1 ounce of that crap and it like to knock me on my tail end.
Why can't I hear Russ?
Why can't you?
Usually
can't
what that means is you have to go out and come back in, Sterling. It happens every now and then to Wesley Valco. Luckily, I can hear everybody.
Okay, I was glad it's not me.
Yeah, Russ and Wes can't hear each other. Sterling can't hear Wes. But, I mean, dang it. Sterling can't hear.
Damn it. He's not even in the chat and you calling me him.
Sterling cannot hear Russ. Sterling, if you want to talk, come back in. I'm pretty sure there won't be a mad rush for
Oh,
your
this is
spot.
awesome.
Patrick's like a little kid having fun over there playing with his toys.
Yeah,
I hope I can make it back in. Please don't don't block me, please.
I won't block you, man. Nobody will steal your spot. There's not a mad rush to get in. And
There is no room, so you better hurry up.
Patrick's just having all kinds of fun.
Oh, look at his eyes. He's got
Patrick, you're a blockhead now.
Oh yeah.
The pictures are bigger.
Hey,
for
he's the
y'all.
thing, man. The thing. Fantastic Four.
I have a much smaller screen than everybody else when it comes to the platform StreamYard. Well, that's dang good for all of us to get back together again. I don't know.
Oh,
We still have 9 people watching, so people might be waiting for the train to derail, but that's how we roll here. Again, when I say that, Nick, I don't know how often you get a chance to watch, but some of the most popular or more fun shows for the people in the chat and here is when I derail and can't keep it serious. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
shit whatsoever.
There's been times that he's just fell completely out laughing.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. And everybody in the chat is right there with him.
Yeah, and it's like we've actually created some T-shirts for the website. They haven't sold yet, but because they cost money. But on woodenventures.com, there's I survived a Charles during live stream. That's referring to it. There's off the rails that refers to how many times we derail the show. It's just we have fun here. I mean, again, I'm not hard bound to subscribers, but I did notice I started December 11th, and this is the 75th live stream, and we lost 30 subscribers, but we're a little over 6360 right now. Wait, where are we?
6360 something last I saw.
6365.
wish I had a green screen right now. I'm using masking tape. It's blue.
A human thing.
So I mean, yeah, as far as trends go, I looked at that, but I figured, I think 99% of me says it's because who wants to spend hours watching some guy scroll. I mean, so I get that.
One of y'all might want to hold on a minute. One of y'all might want to go reach over and tap Sterling. He might have just fell over. He ain't back yet.
He's got the whole Sterling.
Yeah,
yeah, we used to love that with him.
Yeah,
I have to reach
absolutely.
over and tap him.
A lot of
I'll be back
things.
in a second.
I still adore the time he said, "You got to forgive me, I'm abbreviated." So many good memories. And I used to hang out with Nick and Patrick all the dang time. And that's they watched me grow, developing thicker skin. Don't cry, just join in, and that's what I did. So now all y'all are butt nuggets, and here we are.
Well, we're butt nuggets and you're a babbling monkey. That's what I've been hearing.
Oh God, I love this stuff. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't take any offense to what Sterling was saying, because if I'm looking for audience, yes, and Nick was touching on this too, talking about Billie Eilish, and I think that would attract people for views on a particular video, but I think staying with the channel,
Hey,
it's my opinion, Nick, that they would
Nick Seller's World.
because it's not all about Billie Eilish.
that's
might
the
like
invisible
that particular
skulls. Is that one of them crystal skulls?
No, I 3D printed it.
Yeah, I know, but when it was invisible just a minute ago, it looked like it was
Oh,
one of them
yeah.
crystal skulls.
Chris
It looks
Nealon
cool.
says,
It looks
great
cool
stuff.
at this one.
Not Chris
There we go.
Nealon. Who's your mic says this is great stuff here, fellas. And Herb Hooper agrees. Nick, I don't know if you heard what I said, and you're welcome to disagree with me because you've been around YouTube a lot longer. But I think a Billie Eilish design, or however you say her name, would attract people for that video. But I don't know if it would keep them on the channel necessarily because it's not all
But
about.
I mean, if you play like the kind of the odds, the rules, or whatever, if it attracts 1,000 people because they clicked for Billie Eilish, at least 1 or 2, 3, half a dozen are going to be interested in seeing more. I highly doubt you'd get the reach. Doing like, I love your John Wayne stuff, and I mean, I'm old enough to watch a lot of those older
Yeah,
westerns. but-
limited audience. I get what you're saying. Yeah. So tomorrow we'll be doing Baby Shark.
He's going to be peeing his pants in a minute.
Now I'll admit part of me is shooting myself in the foot because we got Mr. Sterling Davis back, I believe. Part of me is shooting myself in the foot because I am biased and doing my own designs and this and that. So yeah, I do need to get some of the trends things out there.
Sterling, can you keep still? You're making me dizzy. You're back. Can you hear me?
Is that rest mode? Rest?
Is that Resmo? Resmo.
What is? That's the worst one yet. Charlie's got you beat.
I tend to call him Wes because I'm weird like that. Apparently, Nick is off in space, saving the world.
This is
That's
very
neat.
hard to keep up with.
Yeah, it is. And Patrick's still probably looking for blue stuff.
I was thinking about going to get a blue sheet, but
I don't want to get up.
I thought you was taking the ice out to take a piss.
yeah, I got
Randy-
you in a second. Oh, that's that light coming through your thing there, Nick.
Oh, Randy
Yeah,
Bush.
I know.
Do your drawing of Penelope.
Turn it over and use the blue side and put a piece of masking tape there.
See, but now this, I don't know if you guys recognize this background.
No,
That's the new Yankee Workshop. That's where I'm at right now.
I don't remember him having all those power tools.
Yeah, they moved over to Wisconsin. Oh, I've been meaning to ask you, Nick. I know this is since we're staying on topic anyway. Mike McCarthy, what did you think of him as a Green Bay coach? Because he's our coach now, the Dallas Cowboys. What did you think of him as a coach?
He was a good coach.
Just
Yeah,
not-
I mean, I'm to be honest, I'm not a big football person. My wife watches way more football than I do, but he's a good coach. I mean, he didn't he win a Super Bowl or two, right? No, or is that Holmgren that ended that? I can't remember.
I don't know. I don't keep up with the Packers. I just know that he used to be a Packers quarterback. And okay.
I'm actually ashamed to think Nick Ferry is actually too sober at this point.
Yeah, I was prepped, and it was family friendly.
It's like, dang it. Some people think I'm too drunk, but it's all Dr. Pepper and just having a sense of humor, I guess.
So, Dag Nabbit Sterling.
Dag Blabbit. Yeah, we actually have a Dag Blabbit t-shirt and cap too. Just saying, if y'all want to throw out your money.
That's
usually-
tough.
Usually when you first come on the show, you say, how diddly do?
How diddly do, folks. I used to say, how y'all doing? But I got too many people saying, what is it you say at the beginning of your videos?
How y'all doing?
I'm just gonna be honest, Charles. I love you to death, but all of y'all are so blurry. You all look alike. I don't know who's who.
Just yell a name out if you're talking to somebody specific, and we'll respond. By God, we Herb Hooper says I'm doing pretty good, Mike. Waiting for the train to derail.
Where's
Nick is,
Patrick at? Where'd he go?
He said he'll be right
he's
back.
there, but he went and put a new screen up. He's got his
He-
background picture changed, didn't it?
He said he'd be back. John Bradley says, is Sterling Davis going to do any more footage on his YouTube channel? That's John Bradley asking you that, Sterling.
Asking me if I'm gonna do anything on my YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I put it out as frequently as possible that I feel frequently available.
Yeah. Now Sterling and Nick can tell us best how much work actually goes into a project video. A lot. It takes make projects take longer for one, but I'll let y'all elaborate on that.
It does take a lot more, but I mean, really, people don't realize that. Me personally, I have a full-time, 50, 60-hour week job, but people don't realize that I do YouTube and Facebook and Instagram for fun. I do it for relaxation. I do it for, honestly, sanity. It keeps me sane.
Yeah.
In my everyday life, because I work full time. I do a full time gig that I do, and I do the woodworking part, scroll sawing, wood turning. I do it as a it's a getaway. It really is a getaway.
Mini vacation.
Yeah. So I put out videos as I can. I probably could put out more if I would stop drinking.
Sorry.
Honestly, but I'm just being honest. I enjoy drinking.
I enjoyed drinking Dr. Pepper. I get you. If I'm being honest, I suck at editing, and it's too much work to make a video. So I just throw up a camera, and here we are, live streams.
I love videos. I love the editing. I love the whole concept of as far as video making. I love it. I really do. I love it. It's just finding time, honestly, between making video, editing the video, and being able to publish a video. It's a hard. Keeping a full-time job, I say full-time, I'm salary, so I work 50 to 60 hours a week.
But it's still full-time.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, yes, it's full-time, yes, but
it's a lot of work.
I don't want to say it's a lot of work, but at the same time, you want to have I want to enjoy life.
Well, absolutely. And by the way, Sterling, keep drinking because I just gained a subscriber. You might have been the one that did that. And not to interrupt you, Sterling, but I know Nick's been trying to say something for about 5 minutes. What were you going to say, Nick?
No, I wasn't going to. Well, just the original question of how long does like a video take. I think that all depends on the person and, their editing skills and also the video, the subject matter, because I've had videos. I think the most amount of time that I tried to calculate was roughly 120 hours in a one video.
Jesus. I couldn't do that. Now,
Wow.
One piece of advice I got from Sterling a long time. Dag nabbit, Nick. That sounds nothing like Sterling. Nick, the one piece of advice he gave me regarding YouTube is regarding editing. He said, when you're done with your video and you tried to edit it, look at it and say, "Can I take away 10 seconds here or 10 seconds there?" And that's. Of course, not most of my project videos are fast forwarded, but I still will edit out. I don't have to show every single cut, especially.
But my point I was trying to make is that I've had a video like that, and that video has 3 million views. But I've also had a video that quite literally took 35 minutes to record, edit, and upload, and that video's got 1 million views. So
yeah, and there again, it is. And I'm saying this with you rather than to you because I know you already know this. Sometimes the content is interesting enough for people that it works. Sometimes planning it can be suicide because planning it, you have to stick to the plan. And some of my most popular stuff, at least as far as these live streams, have been, when it goes off the rails, you just never know what's going to work. But I know, as long as you and Sterling have been doing YouTube, y'all know what trends. And I think with your editing advice was based on the average view duration.
Well, no. My advice is based in psychology, and that's the fact that when it comes to like vacation videos or anything that you shoot where you got to see it first person and you're recording it, it's way more interesting to you personally as a human being.
Yeah.
And then the audience, you think like, oh, that was only 5 minutes, but they're like, that could have been 3.
Yeah, and that's what you meant. Yeah, that's what I was trying to decipher.
Because you got to, I guess, disconnect yourself psychologically because you're like, oh, that's cool because I lived it. Well, it's not as cool, when it's edited to them.
You basically have to live it like the third person instead.
Yeah.
Edit it like you're the third person instead of the first person.
It's just like baby pictures. If your kid looks like a recycled frog, people will pretend that you got a cute little baby. But I don't know this kid. You don't have to show all that.
But John Bradley says you guys do great work on the videos. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. I'll let them take that because I haven't done a video in a while. Besides,
I've only done one, and that was like pulling teeth, and I don't want to do anymore.
And that's Patrick's workshop. Yeah,
he literally went and got a green sheet.
He's going to have fun here, by God. By the way, if anybody watching wants me to go back to scrolling, I can. You'll just still have these 700-800 voices in your head, but I'm not opposed to what we're doing right now. I'm just saying if anybody wants me to actually go back to scrolling, I will.
It's funny like that because if you look at, I don't know if you guys are fans of like Howard Stern or aware of that, but I mean, when he started, he played music, and now his career is they don't even care about what he, it was an actual disc jockey. Now they just want to see all the interviews that he does and all that stuff. And I don't know.
I hear you. What you think can work may not. And we're just gonna
Okay,
imagine
fix it.
that Patrick's not playing with the green screen and a floating head. That's
I don't have a green screen, Charles.
no, I was referring to Patrick. I don't have a green screen either. I'm not smart enough to do
I'm
it.
I don't have
not
one either.
green screening anymore. I moved it. It's over there.
And
Well, I
in
just,
fact,
I just came
Patrick
back from babysitting the dog, and I wanted to play with it more. Here I am.
Because despite what Sterling says about my inebriation level, those little pop-up things, I'm going to leave that till the morning until I figure out how that goes back in there.
You give it a double twist.
Well, I mean, it's the same as folding up a bandsaw blade, but a bandsaw blade you can step on the floor. I don't want to get sawdust all over the green screen.
You can also, if you don't do it just right, it'll snap back up and take a bite out of your nose. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to say that. Go ahead.
Did you see the video of Matthias Wandel with him doing the bandsaw blade show thing with the Canadian Build It? What's his name?
No, I don't know him.
Build
John
it
Hines?
PA or something like that. Or am I
John
thinking?
Hines?
John Hines. Yes.
Oh, Heights,
He
yeah.
showed the video on how he then turned the video into changing the bandsaw blade into a circle. Which I've been doing that with meat cutting blades for years, but regardless.
Yeah, I sold my dang bandsaw to get a truck, and I miss it now.
You know, I was always curious because, okay, Sterling, for those that don't know, is the manager at a grocery store, right? So he knows the retail market, meat market, deli, bakery, manages all that stuff. And then when I was, I don't know, a teenager, I worked at a grocery store, and I had to clean out the meat department every night, hose it down with like detergents and spray everything off. I'm curious now because those bandsaws, they're all stainless steel. They are all sealed motors. They're all sealed electrical because they get hosed down every night.
Yeah.
I wonder if you could halfway easily convert that into a solid, like that would be a decent thing to check those, not estate sales, but like when businesses go out of business, like if a butcher goes out of business, maybe you could pick up one of those bandsaws fairly cheap and convert it in like a wood shop. I think that'd be cool.
You actually could do that. Your blade would have to change, but honestly, the concept of the blade, the machinery itself is actually dead on what you're talking about. You would have to change the blade to a woodworking blade, but the bandsaw itself it's a bandsaw. It's nothing more than a bandsaw that cuts meat.
It just happens to be sealed.
So, and as far as cleaning it goes, you're using mineral oil versus well, honestly, you should clean it with mineral oil. Mineral oil would be the correct thing to clean it with.
Okay, let me give a side backstory here. The reason I volunteered when I was working at this grocery store to clean the meat department, because you would go in, you'd wet everything down with a garden hose. I mean, it was like steaming, boiling hot water.
Right.
And then you'd come in with this foaming agent. And the first thing I would foam would be the windows. That way my boss wouldn't be able to see what the hell I'm doing. So I'd pretty much literally foam myself in and then just kind of take a break.
I'm foaming myself in over here.
By the way, Herb said he's okay with the talk show instead of
then I'll put it back on.
scrolling, man. I just wanted to tell you that, Oprah.
But
Oprah?
You get a scroll saw. You get a scroll saw. Everybody gets a scroll saw. Well, how did I get it where everybody was?
I need a new one. Yeah.
That's funny.
Dang
to
it.
go back to what Nick was talking about for humanitarian and safety and sanitation, I would suggest that you would go with a full cleanse and do a sanitation on top of that.
We're not talking one of those things where I got to drink a gallon of stuff and then I hang out on the toilet for
2 hours. He's referring to sanitation, and Nick's talking about
He's
rolling.
talking about a cleanse and
Yeah.
mint oil. Like, didn't you used to give people Epicac or whatever to swallow a chemical or
Get a colon cleanse.
castor oil or something?
Hey, Nick, I'll be honest. When you're cleaning the market, as long as you end with mineral oil, you're good, man. You're
Yeah,
golden.
there you go.
Mineral oil is the key.
I would have a response, but I was told to be PG. So.
And let's leave it there.
Yep.
I hate having a leash. Dang it.
Oh, I don't mind. Whatever.
I think one of the funniest times I went off the rails is I was right in the middle of answering somebody's question here on one of the live streams, and my screen went black. Apparently, it was some kind of weird pop-up window. I thought the live stream had ended, and I said, "You got to be me," right in the middle of a mature sentence. I just cussed like nothing because I thought the live stream had just died, and so and I turned purple laughing on that one. But and some will tell you I'm probably a little overboard. Some will tell you that I'm a little overboard with the family friendly, but God willing, if a sponsor ever watches, I don't want to think, oh, they're going to talk about smut the whole time. That's why I'm kind of there.
No, I totally respect and understand the family friendly, and I respect that and get that. I mean that wholeheartedly and sincerely. So, what do you have any comments that people ask you on a regular basis?
What would I'm using? Well, because not every viewer is the first time. I mean, we have a handful of people that watch every live stream. Herb Hooper being one of them. The most common questions are, what blade are you using and what wood are you using? But I don't mind repeating myself because not everybody's going to watch every minute of every live stream. Go ahead.
All right. So, what blade you using? What is your go-to blade?
That would be number 5, flat-ended Flying Dutchman scroll saw blades. Flat-ended because of the way the Heckner clamping system works. It works best with flat-ended spirals, so you're not having to untwist a whole bunch.
All right, now I have kind of an ignorant question because I'm not a scroll sawyer. I have like a cheap little Wen. I don't know what they are, like $50, $80 or whatever. It vibrates more than a concrete compactor driving across celery and eggshells. But I'll tell you, the whole pinless thing, I think that's the biggest upgrade for an amateur because mine's a pinned one, and there's adapters.
Yeah.
But I've tried to do some really cool, what I thought was cool stuff, and I'm like, oh man, you got to have like a 1/4-inch hole just to get the blade in there.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the drawback. And some people will knock. If you have patience, you can knock that pin out, feed it through a smaller hole, and then knock the pin back through.
You can.
I don't have that kind of.
I don't either.
I've done it on the Harbor Freight saw when I first got it. It was pinned. I didn't even know I had adapters for it, and I was drilling those 1/4-inch holes, and I got tired of that, and I tapped that thing out and then stuck it in, put the pin back in.
I won't be doing a trail journey design anytime.
Luckily, mine came with the adapter, but when you're using small blades.
That's the same adapter.
The adapter is so heavy that as soon as you pull it out, all of a sudden you're snapping blades because it's
right. Well, if that's the same adapter, it looks like that the Harbor Freight had, and the last time that I used my saw, when I had it, the blade broke, and the adapter, half of it went flying with the blade still attached.
Yeah.
And I never found the adapter. And I took the whole stinking saw and I put it to the street. And I let somebody else pick it up and have it for their own, and I got me a DeWalt.
That's the problem with kind of online content, in my opinion, is people can read all they want. They're like, oh, they make an adapter. And then you get a guy in a forum going, no, they make an adapter. They make an adapter.
Mm-hmm.
If you really used it, you realize how the adapter works. As soon as you break a blade.
Well, the bad part about it with Harbor Freight, when you lose that adapter, you don't get any more.
No.
Because you can't buy them.
Nope.
You can't buy them in a store, and you cannot buy them online.
Does not make any sense business-wise.
No, it don't. It don't.
I mean, especially if they're going to design a product that literally just breaks a blade and then scoots out where you'll never see it. Mm-hmm. They should sell more of those because they're onto something. Like we're gonna sell you a product that you'll never see again.
Exactly.
You more.
My bottom adapter was still sitting in the holder with the blade stuck up through the hole, broke off. The top adapter with that part of the blade went who knows where, and that's been 3 years, and I still haven't found it.
Well, they got to think of they need to start thinking of inkjet printers. You sell the saw for cheap, and you sell the adapter for a lot.
Yeah.
Well, it's like washers and dryers. I'm convinced that they plan in obsolescence, like, so that it breaks within 6 years and you got to buy another $1,800 washer.
That's what they do, just like cars.
Yeah, back when they first started making them, it was quality versus quantity. Now it's pump it out, make it safe, blah blah bullstein.
And now we all think that all this recycling we're doing is great. No, just build the stuff great in the first place. Like, give you an example. We had when I grew up, we had a washer and dryer in the basement. There was this god-awful green mauve, whatever color. And my parents were broke growing up, and their parents were broke growing up. And the wedding gift to my parents from my grandparents was their old washer and dryer that they had for 20 years. and all throughout, when I was 18, I moved out. We still had that washer and dryer. So that was probably 40, 50 years.
Well, you got to stop and think about it, though. The economy is not built on keeping stuff like that forever.
Yeah, that's
if you buy it once and you never have to buy it again, they don't get any more money out of you.
Yep.
I agree, and I wish woodworkers would think about that a little bit more, because I've had people say, like, why are you hemming and hawing so much over a table saw or a bandsaw? It's like, I'm hoping this will be the last saw I ever buy. I want to make it right, And they're like, no, you'll buy another one in 2-3 years. No, if I'm making a $3,000 investment, I hope I never have to change the blade.
Yeah, I hear that.
And I think a majority of the guys, at least 4 of us on the well, no, Patrick's done scrolling too. People ask, what's the best scroll saw should I get? Now,
What you can afford.
Yeah, me and Jamie Page have somewhat debated on this, but we kind of meet in the middle on it. In the end, it's what you do with the saw, but how often you use it is what matters. Because if you plan on using it maybe an hour every 4 or 5 months, go with the cheapie. And more so, John, Russ, and Sterling can relate to this. The more you use one, you want it to last. So that's all you have matters too. It's got to be able to hold up to the wear and tear of
daily use. If you use it daily, you really need a good one.
Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean you have a crap saw. And most people don't know any better, for lack of a better way of putting it, until they've gotten a better saw. Oh, I thought all of them vibrated. No, not I got this and that.
So can I interject here for a second?
Sure.
So my first saw was a Mastercraft Maximum 16-inch saw. I got a Canadian Tire. I think it was like $60 on sale.
Same like a Harbor Freight.
I used it. Yeah, it's like a Harbor Freight. So I used it for about 3 months and it crapped out. Took it back. I got another brand new one for free, and then another 2 weeks later it crapped out again. I borrowed a Delta 13-inch. It was made in probably the 60s, I think. Had this huge friggin' long Allen key that you had to change the blade with.
Oh yeah, Delta.
And then I saved my money up and I bought my X21. And where I bought it at, he asked me, he says, "Are you using it for commercial use or personal use?" I'm like, what does it matter? He goes, "Well, if you're using it for personal use, I can give you a lifetime warranty on it. If you're using it for commercial use, I can give you a 2-year warranty." Well, it's all for personal use. Yeah. So like everything I bought there, all my general international equipment, my bandsaw, my planer, my box jointer, or the planer, the drill press, my Excalibur, it's all got lifetime warranty on them because it's all for personal use. Personal use.
Well, I know Sterling for the longest time was using a Harbor Freight, so probably better than any of us. He can tell us, what he learned as he got a better saw, so to speak, what the difference was.
I hear what you're saying. When it comes to personal use and professional use, I get what you're saying. But honestly, it's a matter of time. How much time are you going to use using the blade? Whether it be a Harbor Freight, DeWalt, Excalibur, Pegasus, whatever the blade it may be, they're all going to come to a same common ground to how much time you use this, it's going to give you this quality.
Yeah.
So
It
to
really
me,
is about how often you're going to use it. Yeah.
right. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Well, when
Because
you went from a Harbor Freight to the next one up, what changes did you notice besides just how long it held up?
what more about as far as how it held up is more about like the vibration,
Yeah.
the quality of the cut. I mean, there's a lot of different variations that come with the scroll saw, and that comes with any saw or any tool that you buy.
Yeah.
There's different grades to every single one that you buy.
Well, one way of putting it also is that, like, when you're so used to dealing with a saw that vibrates a lot, you learn to scroll dealing with that vibration. If you get a saw that doesn't vibrate, you almost have to relearn certain things. Almost. I mean,
I get that, but here's my thing. So only certain people can say that I can only afford a Harbor Freight scroll saw.
yeah.
I understand and respect that, and I get that. Use your Harbor Freight scroll saw to the best of your ability. So
Exactly.
what can you do to help in the performance of that Harbor Freight scroll saw? Well, you're saying it's a machine. It's only as much as you can do for what the machine can offer. No, there's more things you can do. Number one, what kind of blade are you using? Number two, all right, Harbor Freight. So I put a 1/4 sheet inch of carpet underneath my Harbor Freight scroll saw. That reduced the vibration within half.
Yep.
So there's subtle things you can do with, and it's not because I didn't want to upgrade.
I'm learning. I like this. I'm like, I have carpet squares in the basement. That's happening tonight. I'm doing this. I swear, this thing is like.
I could not afford to upgrade to the next level.
Agreed.
I upgraded to the next level because I was fortunate enough to be able to trade a CNC for a better scroll saw. Good for me, but that doesn't help the people that understand what a Harbor Freight versus the Walt scroll saw means.
Yeah, and talent-wise, people need to know that a quote-unquote crappy scroll saw, you can do good work on it, but there again, you're adapting to how it vibrates, and then you can work on it like Sterling just said, referring to, reducing the vibration. But the saw itself, yeah, it does depend on how you use it. But really the only thing besides vibration is, you don't know what you're missing until you do better. I'm not a tool snob by any means. You get what you pay for with a scroll saw more than a lot of tools.
Well, it's no different when you talk about table saws.
Yeah.
I didn't know the difference between a table saw from Adam's apple. I didn't. But when you go from when you go from a Craftsman table saw with a plastic top to a freaking saw stop with a metal top that has, there's a big difference in scroll saws, and there's a big difference in table saws. There's a difference in tools and quality that you use.
Yeah, Fisher Price, my first table saw. I get it.
So here's the thing. You don't have to have the very best there is. You just have to accommodate yourself to what you have to make it work for the best ability to what you have.
And not all of them are high-end saws, because if I recall right, you have a DeWalt saw, and that's not a high-end saw. It's just the most common middle-of-the-road saw. Price and
it's a middle of the ground. I have a DeWalt 788. It's a middle of the road scroll saw.
But it works.
It works. I love it. It's an upgrade from what I had. Is there better? Absolutely. Yes.
I've gotten lucky with the saws I've gotten. I'm not going to pretend I haven't, because God knows mine. Go ahead.
But I love the process.
Yeah.
It's knowing if you went to the very best of the best, not knowing what the worst of the worst was, how are you going to appreciate what you went from?
Yeah, the upgrade, yeah.
Well, it's like watching all these guys that have, their shops are full of Festool. And I'm like, how the hell can you guys afford this stuff? And I'm like, okay, yeah, they're nice tools. They're a little expensive. I went down to our local store and tried some out. They're nice and all, but I've actually used better equipment on a Bosch or a DeWalt or whatever, like jigsaws and sanders.
I get that, but I don't disregard anybody that has a Festool. I don't disregard anybody that has that upgraded. Good for you. I'm happy you were able to get to that high class tool. Good for you. But that does not mean you cannot do the craft. That does not mean you can't do
exactly.
the skill.
Yeah, it's like a Pinto and a Lamborghini. I mean, in the end, you just have to know how to drive. So, I mean, you could have a Lamborghini know how to drive. So, I mean, regardless of what saw you're using, you have to learn what works.
Well, both of them will get you where you're going.
It's not about what you're driving. It's about how you drive it.
That's what I meant. Yeah, that's Pinto. And,
It's not the destination; it's the journey.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like
BMW ad.
let's say you started out with a Lamborghini, but you still haven't learned to drive yet. So having a better tool doesn't mean much if you still don't know how to use even the basic one.
It's not the value of the tool; it's how you use it.
Exactly.
It's not the motion of the no, never mind.
Well, I was going to say something else to Nick with his saw, but I won't do it because it's family friendly.
Well, I saw Nick smirk, and I knew where he was going. We have the Sterling and the Nick smirk, and
I'm not.
That's the best I can do at this hour. A smirk is probably the best thing.
yeah.
And Charles, I'm not leaning all that damn much yet.
No, I was referring to. I was just trying to start a new. Never mind. I can't dig out of that one. You know what I mean?
Hey, you're in deep,
now,
buddy.
I'm saying we had that thing we called the Sterling, and we had the Nick smirk. That's what I was getting at. I wasn't saying you were leaning right now.
I'm not telling you I'm not leaning. I'm just not leaning that damn much.
Oh,
No,
I know, because I told him earlier, I said, we used to have to try to tell somebody to reach over and tap you to get you back upright.
The key is to lean.
Just reach over and get him.
The key is to lean the camera with you, and it looks like there's a background that's tilting.
You better yell like that.
Yeah, like Nick was doing.
You make everybody dead sick.
I love you, buddy. I'm trying to be as family friendly as possible.
And just if you're ugly like me, you just point at the woodworker, not yourself, and that's where we're at.
Hey, Charles, can I ask you a personal question?
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
What do you think about my beard?
Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. Before you answer, here's the backstory. Somebody critiqued his beard and said it needed a little bit of upkeep, and it was a little unfair. And he's taking it uber personally.
Well, he can't because Jim and Charles are running neck and neck on that.
No, I shaved off the.
I say chin to chin.
Charles, turn your webcam on because all we're looking at is the scroll saw stuff. We got to compare here.
I'm having way too many facial issues medically.
Oh, okay. Hey, no worries.
I noticed.
I have a bulbous nose and my whole face is swollen, but I've shaved off the cheeks and jawline of my beard, so it's just white at the bottom now, or on the chin.
I noticed, Nick, when you first got on, you got a little bit of gray coming in your beard, don't you?
I do quite a few poking in there, yeah.
But to answer your question, Sterling, it's taking everything I have to sit still. You have such a gorgeous beard.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
Oh.
That's all he needed to hear, too.
That's his
by
way
God.
of saying I love you just enough to get into heaven.
Nothing else matters.
Act like I know you. I know.
You stole my line.
I know. Now, Nick. As far as people on here, I haven't gotten to meet John Cousins yet. I haven't gotten to meet Nick. I believe I've met Sterling twice or seen him twice. First time was in Atlanta when I actually had the guts to go. The one year Nick didn't go, or the first year he didn't go.
Yeah.
No regrets there. But yeah, that's you can't put a price on getting to see all these people in person. It's really cool.
And it's bizarre as all heck. All get out.
Oh gosh darn heck, I tell you.
Well, I mean, because the first one that I met in real life was Matt Cremona, and I stayed at his house for like a weekend or a long weekend. And right when I got to his door, I'm like, "Wow, you're pocket sized."
That was that with Mark Lindsay and David Gunn. They were both much shorter than I thought they were. And Sterling's
Oh
like
yeah,
8 feet tall.
Mark Lindsay is one you call a master of the camera, because I watch him on some of those shows, and I swear to God, he was 6'5".
Yeah,
And then you see him; he's shorter than me, and I'm 5'7".
I heard Ted
Wow.
Alexander's built like a wall, but I know Sterling Davis and Steve Good are both much taller than they
Ted
appear.
Alexander is an oil worker, like a linebacker. Like you don't want to mess with that old, I mean, because the first time I met him, I was doing like some dovetail challenge at a woodworking show, and I talked to him for like 2 years. We were good friends, and I just kind of look over my shoulder. And I'm like, oh, that guy looks familiar, but he's way too big to be Ted.
I think the biggest surprise with me and people is seeing people that you've always seen them from the chest up, and then you see these guys that are like 50 pounds heavier than you thought they were, and that happens. I mean, I'm not judging because I'm one of them.
It's like YouTube catfishing, if you guys are familiar with the term. But
No, I agree with Nick 100%. The first person I was actually shocked and surprised with was Ted Alexander. Ted was like, I walked up to him, I was like, damn, you're a big guy.
I've never met Ted in person.
If Sterling is telling you that rascal is huge.
Real quickly, Calvin Bass is saying, "Good morning, Charles. What other channel can you get scrolling and grooming tips at the same time?" By God, I appreciate you watching, Calvin. And I haven't gotten to meet the first person I saw was, and I know y'all will agree with me here, is Mark Christopher. That is one of the sweetest men out there, and I mean that maturely.
I love Mark.
Well, I tell you, he's
Mark-
one of the
Mark
strongest
Gold.
jokers, because he picked up Charles and carried him all over the parking lot at that hotel. Said, "My God,
He picked me up like he's carrying me over the threshold. That was
you
fun.
did."
I
saw that.
love Mark. I consider
Oh
Mark
yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
Charles, did I not cradle you in Atlanta myself?
Yeah,
Oh,
but I thought we were keeping that to ourselves. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I don't know if you cradled me, but I know we hugged. Then you squeezed my little hiney, and I blushed, and here we are. Yeah, so much for that family friendly.
I just remember. I remember the outside sidewalk. It was me, you, and David Welder, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not even sure I know who David Welder is, but there's more than one face there, so I get it.
So
That was
David,
back when I had that weird ass mustache. Go ahead.
yeah, me, David Welder, and David Welder's dad was hanging out on the sidewalk, and you were down below with Mike, with Mark Christopher. So I think that was the first time me and you actually met socially. Was in Atlanta on the sidewalk at the hotel.
Yeah.
Probably was.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not trying to be funny, but a lot of stuff I don't remember because I was so drugged up because of anxiety. Man, I ended up leaving early because of anxiety. But yeah, I was.
It's okay. I was drunk as fuck, I'm sure.
There goes the
family
PG, folks.
friendly. Family
No.
friendly.
It's 1 a.m. here.
All right.
knows he did it.
I was drunk as fiddlesticks. I don't.
You are one crazy melon farmer.
And Sterling, I'm not even remotely mad. Stuff happens, and the average viewer has a sense of humor, and they know that we're not trying to be smutty, so I'm not even remotely upset.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to be ugly.
I know. I'm not
Can I-
trying to be
can I give
ugly
a-
either, but nature
Can
got
I
a hold
give
of
a
me.
plug to one of my boys that speaking of meeting people in person, Mike Fulton.
Yeah.
Mike Fulton in a hangout looks like a 5'2", 100-pound computer guy.
He's about 6'3", huh?
He's about 6'3", and he's broad-shouldered. Like I don't want to meet him in a back.
Yeah, I think I met him too. I don't remember meeting.
You did.
Mike,
You did. He was
but I met
there
him.
when you were there.
Mike's a
Mike-
good guy.
me and Mike
Mike's got a
really
really
did
awesome
like
channel.
6'4".
I wish he had a lot more success with it because his passion and everything is right in the right spot. So MF Woodshop, if anyone hasn't seen Mike Fulton's channel.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm pretty sure that when I start my videos in, I got to go topless and show off all my abs and my rock hard friggin' body. And everything else. Get all mineral oiled up and
Or be an utter hunk like Drew Short.
Well, Drew Short used to be a model.
What?
Yeah.
And at the risk of sounding feminine, he's not a bad looking guy.
Of course, he's hunky. He's like that Fabio, like whatever.
Yeah, with the short
Yeah.
hair. Well, y'all were at Atlanta. The YouTubers had a place set up in Atlanta the first time I saw all of y'all, and I knew who you were, and I knew who April was, and I knew who Stumpy was, because I had just subbed to all of y'all, but I didn't know who Drew Short was, and y'all were set up for taking pictures with people when they came around and all kinds of other little stuff.
Sure.
And I walked by there a couple of times, and I had just, right before the show, subbed to April, so I knew who she was. I didn't walk up, but Drew was sitting there watching me walk by, and he says, I'm looking at where y'all were and seeing what was going on. I walked by it 2 or 3 times because I didn't know who the hell you were. So I looked at him, and I know he's thinking in his mind that this jackass is going to come over here eventually and get a picture taken. And I said, I would if I knew who the hell you were. I didn't know till after that who he was.
When I first started watching YouTube videos in the making community, Drew Short is his name, right? Drew Short,
Yeah.
Rocket.
Yeah.
But anyway, he's the first one I noticed, and I sort of modeled my in front of the camera personality off of his, because I tended to talk in a monotone. But with him, he kind of, he has that personality when he talks, this and that. So I wanted to model myself after that. But right after that, I Googled woodworking bloopers, and I found Nick Ferry, and the rest is history.
There's only one thing wrong with Drew Short. Now, he may not think it's wrong, but
you
Texans
do.
will think it's wrong. He's an Oklahoma boy.
I like Oklahoma.
Oklahoma and Texas is not the same, folks. They cross that Red River. That's it.
Well, I'm not kidding about the blooper reel. I won't go into it, but I said, man, mine and that dude's sense of humor are right on par.
I remember the first email you sent me, or the first message, or whatever it is, and you said, this is going to sound weird, but you and I are got the same exact humor.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let's hang out then.
Oh, yeah, we are.
And the rest is history.
Many late nights later.
I'm not known for the company I keep, so it doesn't matter.
Go ahead, Sterling.
No, I'm more offended, honestly, that I think that Russ Meadows is more familiar with them than Rockin' Age than me, because I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Now, when I first started watching YouTube, there's no hidden meaning here. I thought Brian Summers Woodworking, that was the only live show going on. I thought this guy's the next whatever. He's the big thing.
Hold on. I'll give Brian Gidney props, because Brian was the first woodworking show that actually tried to get a community together.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah, and
I'll give him 100% props for what he was trying to do there.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's no hidden meaning there. I thought he was like the bee's knees because he had his own live show. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I was saying. And then other people sort of branched off of him. Like Russ Clarity used to be my co-host. That's when he got into YouTube, and then I encouraged him to start his own show.
It's funny though. It's just funny. It's funny how people group with certain people. People group with certain groups.
Yep.
And how things work out. It's funny to me. I'm thankful I'm thankful for the people that I know. I'm thankful for the people that I can call friends, because I know that they're genuine. I'm saying that because I mean that wholeheartedly. I know that they are friends.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't.
So
They're not easy to find either.
that's hard to find. That's
Yep.
really hard to find. It really is. So there's people that want to try to manipulate the system to make it better for themselves. I get that. I get that. I understand that. They're trying to better themselves. I get it.
In their own eyes, if nothing else. Some people.
Yeah, absolutely. I get that. I understand it. But at the same time, what I'm out for it is I appreciate the friendship that I have built between the Charles Dearings, the Nick Ferries, the Patrick Woodshops, the Jay Bates, the freaking the people that are the core friendships that are really true and genuine. That's the ones I appreciate the most.
Yep, and that's why I like doing these live streams, because I'm making friends out in the chat constantly.
Yeah.
But that's something that that attracted me to this community, because I didn't know they had such a thing as this community like this. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I didn't even know it, and I got involved in it, and I seen right away that this is the way to be. Yeah, people helping people being friendly with each other, and offering if you need it, and I got it, and I don't need it, you can have it. Those kinds of things you don't see out there in real life.
Yeah,
I just did that to Sterling tonight. I literally, here, I'll show you guys the picture. I got back from a tool show, and I had a few buddies kind of gift me a bunch of marking gauges and compasses. I mean, I got way more than I'll ever need.
Do you have any extra marking gauges?
What's that?
Do you have any extra marking gauges?
Yeah, I got a Stanley 77 with your name on it.
Woo!
Really? Is it going to cost me?
Maybe shipping or something. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Message me.
That's neat.
You got to remind me, because I'm terrible at remembering to message people.
In this little package that I got, I mean, I literally had a few of them. Yeah.
Now, are any of those set up to put a pen or a pencil in?
No.
Okay.
Calvin Bass wants to know who your guests are. He recognized a couple of them.
We have up at the top John P.A. Cousins. Well, we'll just go.
That's that guy.
We'll start from the beginning. Everybody's pointing the wrong direction.
I've got it right now. I'm right on top
the
of
way I
it.
see it on the screen, I think I'm pointing.
It's opposite.
Yeah,
What
you're
you see on
pointing
the
correctly
screen.
now.
And you got Nick.
I want to give him a wet willy.
Upper left is John P.A. Cousins. I'll let you. We're going to go around the room. We'll let John tell people where he can be found on social
Didn't you
media.
just say he doesn't like when you say PA before?
He said he didn't say he didn't like it, so I'm the only one that does it.
Oh, okay. So John's from Pennsylvania.
No, he has two different dad names or something like that. Named after two different grandfathers, I believe.
Leave it to me long enough, and I'll offend somebody with something.
Me being here offends some people. John, do you want to tell people where they can find you, and then we'll just go around the room and do it that way?
Hey, everybody. How's it going? My name's John P.A. Cousins. You can find me on Facebook under Wood If I Could, Scroll Sawing and Woodworks. I'm in Alberta, Grand Prairie, Alberta, Canada. I've been a scroll sawer. I do a lot of woodworking.
You're Canadian, really?
Yeah.
And he likes long walks on the beach.
Yes, I like to wear my big gummy boots. No.
Canadian, no shit. Wow.
You blew his
Nick,
mind, buddy.
I hear you. Nick, you want to tell me where they can find you?
You can find me at nickferry.com, as in the boat, not the tooth. And on YouTube, probably the same stuff, Nick Ferry.
Yeah, it's okay. Cousins is COSENS.
Yeah.
Ferry is FERRY, as you can see over his shoulder, if you can see that small.
Hey, there you go. What if I could?
Yeah, would if I could, not WOULD. But okay, then we have Mr. Sterling Davis. You want to tell everybody where they can find you?
Yeah, I don't know where they can find me.
He's in the lower left.
I'm right here. If you just click right there,
Hey, he's got the pointing problem like I do. You can't tell which way to point. That's my problem.
tell them
Just
where to
don't
find me.
click over
Tell them where
there.
to
Just
find
don't
me.
click the X up there.
I have done that a couple of times.
Sterling.
I swear I don't remember where to tell them where to find me.
Sterling's Woodcrafts.
Thank you.
Sterlingswoodcrafts.com.
Look at that. Charles is a consummate professional.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I love.
Like, I don't know where people can find me.
Charles.
Yes, sir.
I love you, buddy. You're my friend. I appreciate you, and I really do. I mean this. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy. I love you.
I appreciate it. We love you too. By God. And you can't stop me from doing what I'm doing. But I don't need no dang subscribers. I'm just, no, thank you. And I'm taking you seriously, Sterling, and I'll give it right back. And Russ Meadows, Rusty Nails with a Z.
Thanks to this to John P.A. Cousins. That way.
Did I do it right?
Yeah, you got it right.
You're
that
pointing
time.
at Russ.
That's
I
me.
thought we were doing Russ now.
We are.
I know. I was just saying, if you meant to, yes, you're pointing at Russ.
Rusty Nails with the Z. Thanks to John P.A. Cousins helping me with that. And you can find me on Facebook and Instagram. And I mean the absolute barest minimum of YouTube that you can have and have a channel, by God. One video, and it's like pulling teeth, and I may not ever do another one again.
Well,
but
what that means is John P.A. Cousins helping him is because there was already a Rusty Nails wood shop
sure
out there with
was.
an S, and that's why he threw in the Z.
Yep. I kept calling myself Rusty Nails, and lo and behold, I saw another cat on Facebook with that same name. I said, "Oh no, we can't have that."
Well, my
So-
username on YouTube ended up being Charles Daring Scroll because it cut me off when I was trying to Scroll Sawyer designer, blah blah blah. I didn't know about short names help, but yeah, and it cut me off at Charles Daring Scroll, so that's why it turned out Charles Daring Scroll.
I never cared, so I just used my name.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
Yes, stud puppy was taken, so I figured out.
Yeah, I know. I've had that one since birth. Yeah.
That's the problem. See, you let your alter ego out where everybody can know. You don't want to do that. You got to keep your alter ego quiet. Have a personal life.
But out of all the YouTube tubers and the makers playground, all the makers out there, all the maker internationals and everything else, if I ever get a chance to get down to a good show or whatever, I hope everybody's wearing their own shirt.
I don't know if I will because I like pockets on my shirts, but I'm pretty hard to miss. I'm that ugly guy. But, Calvin Bass says, "Thank you guys." He's still there. It's just dark.
Let me ask a question. Well, I got a minute to cut in.
Okay.
How many of y'all are going to Maker Central?
Not me.
Over in England.
Not me.
I'm going.
You're going. So I thought I saw you posted you were going.
I hate flying, so I'm not flying over oceans anytime soon.
I'm not a fan of flying myself.
I would if I could wangle it, but I
Wangle
don't
it?
think the wife would let me go for that long.
Did you say wangle? Did you
I
really
said
say
wangle.
Okay, this
Oh,
family.
wrangle. That's
show
what
here.
I say. Wrangle.
The one over in England?
Yeah.
Oh.
I would like to go, but I'm. It's not in the cards this time around. But who knows what the future holds?
I know. Apparently, they want money to fly you overseas. That's weird.
Yeah. I got to get big so they'll fly me by themselves. That's what I need
gaining
to get
weight
big.
doesn't help.
Well,
Being what? What'd you say, Nick?
He said, "I got to get big," and I said, "Gaining weight doesn't help."
I know. I have
Actually,
worked
Ross-
on that too, by gosh.
Russ, can't you just mail yourself over there?
Not anymore.
He's retired.
I'm retired.
Special delivery then.
Special delivery. Yeah.
Fred
Pick
G.
me up at the window.
Fragile.
Yep. Italian.
Yeah. What it would cost to mail me, I don't think anybody want to pay that. I sure wouldn't.
Fragile.
Well, looks
No.
like Sterling took off, eh?
I'll read the private chat.
Oh,
Let's see.
sorry, I didn't.
I don't know how long ago that was.
Let's stop the BS and
Oh,
hang.
you
Huh?
don't ring it out loud.
Hey, I can read that out loud. It's not nothing. Because we obviously not doing any more
I don't know
scrolling.
why I just responded to him. He's not in the room.
Force to have it.
Yeah.
Well, for giggles, I will go ahead and end the live stream. But I appreciate everybody dropping by, and in the future we will scroll again, I promise. But I appreciate everybody being here. And when after I say 3, everybody point at the camera and say scroll on, and that's when we'll kill it.
Hold
Not
on.
yet.
All right, see me,
for having-
Braxton.
Thanks for having me, Charles.
Absolutely. And thank you, John P.A. Cousins, Russ Meadows, Rusty Nails with a Z, and Nick Berry, like the boat, not the tooth. Okay, and right when I say go, everybody say scroll on and point at the camera and stick that way until I say clear. 1, 2, 3.
Scroll on.
Roll on.
Scroll on, baby.